security village. We have all access. We are accessing cyber unicorn, the head cyber unicorn. Who's the head cyber unicorn, I hear you ask? Well, guy, Craig Ford. He's written all these books, and we are going to have a chance to have a chat. So if you recognise these novels, or if you don't recognise these novels, you're going to want to get onto them. We're going to be talking to the author any second. G'day, Craig.
How you going?
Yeah, pretty good.
It's a pretty exciting day here today.
It's a good day. How you been enjoying BSides?
Very, very excited. My first day here today, so I didn't get to be here yesterday, but very happy here to share all the books and talk about cyber with everyone here today. So
that's great. So tell us a bit about why you're actually here today. Is it just about book signing, or?
So a little bit of both. Like, you know, I'm a big supporter of the cyber community. I've been in it myself for about 20 odd years, so thought I'd come down and put my support behind the event, which is quite cool. But and sort of talk about my books, obviously, 6 books with my 3 different series, and then get to chat about cyber all day, which is really exciting. So always love to talk to everyone about cyber. So
okay, so which was your first book?
So my first book is the Foresight one over here.
Yep.
So this one here.
And
so
what's
it's about a lead female hacker in a sort of teenage hacker. Basically, it's in first person, so you get to be in the mind of the ethical hacker and someone with a bit of a pen testing red team, but sort of a background, sort of based in a bit of reality, obviously with a little bit of Hollywood flair. But I sort of wanted to change the perception for sort of young teenage girls around, you know, it's not really a boys' club. So I thought I'd create this lead female hacker and make it a bit more interesting and sort of show it's definitely an industry for all and make it a bit more fun. But then I went to my book, second book, which is Shadow here, which I turned the switch there and gave you the same sort of first person in the mind of the bad guys' minds for the second book. So you get to continue down the journey even more. Before switching back for my latest book, which is actually not out till next month, but I twisted my publisher's arm, which is always nice.
So that means people coming to BSides get
before everybody else. Yes,
access to
first access. So it's not out for about another month. So it's quite a good chance to grab it a little bit early if you are a fan. So.
And what's the premise of your new book?
So basically, it's a continuation of the story. So you've got continues the journey along with the different characters, but I've also got the Shadow World, which is the kids' cyber education. So from that 7 to about 13-year-olds. In that cyber education, so sort of help them navigate the online space a bit more safely. Talks about cyberbullying and stranger danger in the online kind of version, but does it in a way that's a bit more palatable by young kids. And I'm told the parents learn just as much as the kids do, which is great. So, but I've actually donated about 6,500 of these myself to schools across Australia, which is I'm pretty proud of. I think it's a good initiative and gets them more out there into more kids' hands. So.
Yeah, it's a great book to get into kids' hands.
But and I'm told the parents learn just as much as the kids, which is great. I always encourage them to read it together and sort of go on that bit of an education journey together, because I'm a big fan of giving them the right knowledge and not doing the restrictionist so much. But yeah, let them have the right knowledge they need and sort of follow those lessons and make a few mistakes, but be comfortable to go to their parents or whoever their trusted adult is and have a bit of a chat about what they did, and if something happens bad, they know where to go. So, but big passion of mine, the cyber education, which is why I created the Cyber Unicorns to start with, to drive that cyber education. So
you don't call yourself the boss man, the head CEO, the head honcho.
No.
What do you call yourself?
I gave myself just a bit of a laugh, really. I called myself the head unicorn just because I don't really like the CEO kind of title. It's I'm alternatively known as a co-founder and director, but yeah, I love the head unicorn idea myself. And I think my kids, I got 2 little kids and they call themselves mini unicorns. So yeah, it's quite good, and the logo's nice and fun and sort of created sort of, you know, to encourage that sort of diversity and that sort of, you know, pull the little kids in and sort of go, look, you know, this is a space for all of us kind of thing. So But yeah, very exciting, and the books are selling really fast already, which is always great. So, and hopefully lots and lots of conversations,
Yeah, and you actually get to have the author sign your book as well.
which is always nice. You don't always get access to them. You usually just sort of, buy the books online, but it gives it a bit more of a nicer personal connection to it, I think. So, and I'm a bit of maybe a bit, biased, but I think they're quite a good read, so that's always nice.
So for the viewers overseas, how can they get hold of your book?
You can either go to my Cyber Unicorns website that you would have seen there before, or my author website, craigfordauthor.com, or any of your favourite bookstores. They either will have them in, or they can definitely get them for you. So,
Awesome. Which is your favourite one you've written? Which is which is the one you're most proud of?
I think the kids one is probably the one I'm most proud of, because it's, the whole passion around sort of giving the education to those young kids so they're a bit safer in that online space. But I think Foresight, my first novel series, is probably the one I loved myself the most, only because it was, as a cyber professional, pushing my boundaries, because I'd been writing articles and sort of, your normal cyber how-to awareness kind of books, but taking that next step and really pushing the boundaries and writing a novel really kind of pushed my skill set and made me develop as a writer. So yeah, I think that's probably, I'm a bit torn between the two of them. I'm pretty proud of both of them, and if you'd have asked me 5 years ago, I would have laughed if I'd ever write a book. So 6 books over over 5 years, which is pretty exciting.
More than a book a year. That's quite a writing.
It takes longer to go through the editing process with my publishers than it does to write them. I can write a novel in about 3 months now. So
who's your publisher?
Shoreline Publishing, a small sort of publishing press based out of Melbourne. I deliberately chose them because I wanted to have a bit more of that creative control, and they help me no hacker hoodies on the cover. I like to push away from that kind of imagery and make it a bit more accessible, so because hackers look more like us than they do with the hacker
everyday
hoodies,
people, really.
You can be sitting next to them on the bus and you wouldn't have a clue. So.
And they don't all wear hoodies.
No, they don't. I'm more likely to be in a suit than a hoodie, so that just goes to show you. So.
So do you still do red teaming?
Not as much as I used to. I'm more in the like the virtual CISO kind of space now. I do sort of that senior consulting space. Been doing that for probably about 2 or 3 years now. But before that, I was doing a lot of the somewhere between both camps of the red team and the blue team. I would do a bit of both. I suppose it kind of works with the unicorn thing. I was very good at sitting both sides of that fence, and sort of the reason I moved to consulting is because I was really good at the communicating side as well as very technical, so it kind of worked very well. So I followed that path, and I still like to get my hands dirty every now and then. We all do, but yeah, a little bit rusty compared to what I used to be, but yeah, still like it. You were saying that you have consistent characters. So are your characters consistent throughout all of your books? You've created a set of characters in your first book? Yes, so basically Foresight, so the lead female character Sam, follows through, and Shadow, which is in book 2, is the bad guy in book 1. So we followed Receptive and we see his perspective and include Sam, and as the team grows and the group grows, basically you see Sam and Shadow both continue into Vulcan, and then the group grows and we see the characters expand. But yes, they continue to go through all of the series, and I'm sort of expanding that world a little bit more and making a bit more of a spider web, which is challenging for a writer, particularly in that first person in real time. They tell me it's my publisher said it's one of the hardest ways to write, so I didn't know that when I started, but I chose that way. That's my natural way. Yeah, that's my natural way. So, but it works quite well for me. So, yeah. I can see a Netflix series in this. I think it would be really awesome, and I think doing a grounded, taking out the drugs and stuff that they normally put in those sort of series and making it a bit more, reality kind of focus. Like obviously a little bit of flair to make it a bit more entertaining, but I think it would be a really great way to push it out there in the, the general public, and see the real kind of world, not just the Hollywood flair version. But obviously have a little bit of fun with as they're doing it. But I think definitely I would love that if it turned into, and that it would certainly help with some of that education stuff, which is great. But yeah, anyone listening that can make that happen, I would love that. Or we could keep the Aussie feel going, and hey, ABC, are you? Yes. You've got an awesome story here.
You could be doing your own series, and then you could sell it to Netflix.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
I think that'd be an amazing idea. They should definitely do that. But
Yeah. So anyone got contacts at the ABC, get onto them. Let them know. Craig Ford has an awesome story to tell, an awesome series created with characters that live on, move on through their storylines, develop and entertain. How long are you here today for people to get their book signed and to get that first-hand copy of Vulcan?
here all day. Hopefully they don't all sell out before they sort of turn up. But yeah, here all day, as long as the books last. But I'll probably still hang around and just keep talking to people and
Yep.
have some good conversations. But yes, plan to be here all day.
And what are the costs of the books?
So they're 25 each, or you can buy the set of 4 for 90.
That's a really good price. Really good price.
Especially signed. You
Yeah.
don't always get the direct access to the author, so that's always nice.
Yeah, I always like signed stuff. Original stuff is always good, especially if you're a mini collector of anything and you think, oh, first edition signed, like, and these are first editions?
Yes, all first editions. Yes,
Awesome.
definitely worth adding to the collection, I think, if you're a bit of a book fan. And it's always I think the real books. I'm not a big fan. I like the actual physical books myself. I think they're much better than the Kindles. But if you're a Kindle or that kind of fan, you can get them in those as well. So
Yeah. Well, this is great. Thanks very much for chatting to us today.
No worries.
Besides Live, and we'll probably call in on you again this afternoon and see how it's all travelling.
sounds perfect. I love the idea.
Okay, viewers, thank Craig Ford for rocking up and doing his book signing, and we're just going to have another bo peep at the books. And so you can get the name of the books, the publisher, what it looks like. That's the new one. Only available here today, people. Alright, we're going to move on through the village and check out what else is going on here today. We have talks, we have lots to check out. We're going to try not to trip over. So this is the 5th of May. We chatted with them yesterday. We will chat with them again today. Hey, Lady Lux, how's it going? Stickers! You know we're going to get stickers. Come on. One of those. One of those. Stickers. Haha. You like your cool cyber stickers? Come on down. Grab some stickers. Haha. Are you a cyber nerd? So we'll be going to some talks, we'll be checking out some other things. We are heading off to the old world espionage stuff right now. We are going down there to do another interview, and then we will be back to this marketplace. If we can get out of here, just talk through it so it doesn't come through. That's it. Get away from there. So we have people doing capture the flag. What's that? Well, there's a series of things you need to do. You need to do hacking. You need to use your entry. Vulcan, the combat wombat, has got secret stuff in the back. You need to be able to get that information out of there through soldering and different ways, adding chips to it, all of that sort of stuff to get you access to other areas like cyber satellites. How do you get access to the cyber satellite section? Well, you've got to be able to crack it. You've got to be able to do this sort of stuff. So that your falcon will open the doors. So we are now heading to the Esplanade section. So this is Marketplace. And we will come back and chat to these good folk once the wind dies down. Oh, we have donuts. Vegan, gluten-free donuts. Check out this variety. Awesome time, Lockport Skull. It's a bit chilly today, so we have our me and Scoville Locksport hoodie on. Alright, rocking and rolling. Besides Adelaide. Hashtag it. Run the hashtag Besides ADL. We're heading down this way. That's the registration tent. So we are at the old Adelaide Hospital. So they're doing all this redevelopment behind. They've kept all these beautiful big old buildings. These are from the 1930s. Okay, now we are heading to the Locksport village, which is in with the Esplanade stuff. So we're going to have a bo peep around the village, and then we're going to have an in-depth chat with Mike, who owns all of this old world espionage stuff. And Brett, that'll be for you. So what they have to do is open the lock. Each thing has some points on it. Oh, and some goodies inside on those ones. So we have pick sets available. The locks are beginner section. So like that master lock there has 5 points. Then we have the intermediate section. So these are the intermediate locks. So these are, they tell you what's on them. There's 10 points for that. And it's 3 charades. That one's got some mushrooms. More mushies. 40 points. Another 40. 4 screws. 4 charades. You've got a disdetainer lock, but they haven't provided any disdetainer picks. So you've got to be a bit creative. We have roadkill. We've also got a tubular lock, but they didn't provide tubular lock picks, so you need to be creative if you want to pick that. We have decodables, and this blade, oh, he's firing. Look at that, he's got 2 open already. So what you do is you, part of capture the flag. It's also a separate competition where you can win $1,000. So you pick the locks, you go on the board. You get a ranking, you get points. There's 4 hours, 57 minutes left of the comp. And you can also win Lego sets. Lego sets for big kids. Haha, very cool. This is hosted by Cyber CX. They're hiring. They're interested in you. Cyber CX. That's a cool logo they've got there. So let's check out some other pickers. So we've got the intermediates. So we've got the Amos 83, the 72 40s. My nemesis, the 120s. Not touching those. And another one of those. And in the hard section, alright, no one's tackled this today. They're all sitting still in their little nice little lot. So the locks we have, well, we've got the massive mono block. That's a 60 pointer. We have some more 3-3 4Bs. That one's 50 points. What have they got in that? Oh, they're not telling you what they've got in it. Oh, that one's got mushrooms. That's what's right. So these were all used yesterday. So some of the tags may be off. Some of the springs may be squeezed. Some of the chambers may be below. Might be hard to pick it. Beautiful lock. And plus we've got the lock it, tag out locks. That's in the hard section. How many points for that? Dropped it. 70 points. Straight looking ace it in. Alright.
Fair enough. No, that's good.
So now we're going to have an interview with Mike Pritchard. Once he finishes chatting to the people he's chatting to, and we are going to have an in-depth look at this. This is for you, bro. So the interview I did yesterday was a brief 30-minute one where we had to go through a time limit because I needed to head off to a chat. Have a look at this. These are awards and things that Besides won. Yeah, watch it live, share it out. We've got his eye, he knows we're here. Check out, I was interested in all the baggies. You know what I mean, bags and carrying things. All the things, cases these things were put in. Like, we've got nice big solid things. Then we've got what you would expect from the army. And then we've got something a little bit more homebrew. We've got your metal casings. Lots of old leather. More modern hard cases. The old lady's night case. Because you don't want to be suspicious. Something special about the Enigma machines we've got to tell you. Right, we will continue. We might just take some layers off, starting to cook in here. So, capture the flag. So what they've got to do, they've got to come over to this device. They're going to press the go button. It will start spitting out some German numbers. You need to decode those. I'll work on that one, hang on. It's as long as my elbow. It's not going to fit in my pocket. Sorry, folks. That is a 3D version. But we've got something special to tell you about what else is coming. So what you do, you get your code from that. It spits it out. Then you come over to here. You punch in your code. It will come up. It will cipher. Then you've decrypted the Stasi German number station message. And you've got to head on out. Head to the next capture the flag event. So what I'm going to do is just park you here while I take some layers off. These are all personal property. This is a personal collection.
Oh, really?
I can actually see 3 comments at a time when they come up. That's pretty good. Couldn't see anything yesterday, the glare was too big. I only can see the chat a little bit at a time. Okay, that question will be answered very shortly, Gumby. Right, so I want you to, yesterday I was rocking my Locksport shirt. Check this out today. I'll turn you around. Check it out. I don't know if you can see that, if that was in shot, but that's me Million Sky with the Locksport Club. Got me hoodie. Woohoo! Me? No, I'm not part of the Capture the Flag event. I'm just picking for fun. I came in yesterday afternoon and I laid down on my pics and stuff, and everyone sort of swamped me a little bit. They hadn't seen bare bones or the handles or Lawlock tools or Jimmy Longs. Sparrows had done a deal with them for some pics and stuff here for today, so they went with that option. Yeah, Million Scoville has got to be. It's got to be a hot one. Once you get the hot one, Mike, are we ready to go?
I just need some more caffeine, you know?
Yep.
I won't be long.
Yep, Mike's going to grab a caffeine and then we'll be on. So we're just going to put some locks being picked. So we got some young folk here having a shot.
So we have.
This is purely so I can get into the
You can see the constraints.
I don't say
So this is the beginner's table. There's a little bit of tuition going on here as well. The plastic lock.
Really likes to be very judgmental.
So it looks like he's given him a short hook and a rake. Some tension wrenches. So a lot of lads from Melbourne, Locksport, were here yesterday.
Let me show you what
Because you might put
Someone's brought their liquor. So these are the picks. Yeah, they're all bent after yesterday's guy, so they're all basically short hooks. By the look of it. Mike will be back shortly.
Because I keep hearing like 3 pins, or like 3 or 4 pins.
So you know what's happening? My mom gets me a lock picking kit. Yeah, that's probably not a good idea.
What's happening here?
I have my own.
Okay, yeah. I can watch.
So I don't need my
Gumby, we're going to sort that out, mate. Get you one.
So I don't need my mum to get me a lock picking kit. I can buy it. That's the beginner. Now you can start.
Amazon Prime.
I'll do it a few more times, you know, because I got the tools in and it just unlocked.
Hello.
How you going?
If you want a good lockpicking kit, Aussie company, Bare Bones Lockpicking, will get you started. They have really good beginner sets, advanced sets. Bare Bones Lockpicking. Bare Bones. Bare Bones.
Yeah, cyber ops, and then we've done shit like old children. Cool.
That way you don't have to pay international shipping.
I got it.
Yay, we got an open.
I got another one.
First one here.
I just spent $50 on it. Whoopsie daisy. I'm sorry. The money has been taken out of my
Concentration.
Sometimes things
How do you pick through the hair? Can I be frozen? It's still rolling, this end?
That's right, yeah. I think the other one, yeah.
I'm so proud that I can now get into the lock without my
Maybe don't that mistake, but like the capability is good, right?
No, I had this old locker and I lost the key for it and they had to replace the key.
Right, stream's still active.
If it's your lock, then it's okay.
Now you get it. Now you're onto my bed. Yeah.
Pretty sure.
It helps to say
Yeah, I had a go at the locks yesterday, and they were, you could tell the people that hadn't picked the lock before had been trying to pick them. Put it that way. It, it was not. It wasn't, yeah, the chambers felt blown and the springs were squeezed and yeah. That's a lot of fun. I met my cyber mate down here, getting him into the lock picking, got him set up with his own kit. Handboarding, heap of locks, keep changing the locks on him. Aha, Michael's back. He's doubled up, he's got 2 lots of caffeine for today. Alright. So let me know you can hear us. We're gonna begin. You can hear us and you can see us. Okay, so as long as you're having So we'll go left side today, so we don't interfere with that. Microphone's here, so I'm going to be holding the camera basically up to here, and then I'll be zooming in and panning in on the items.
Yep.
Okay. So I'm here with Mike Pritchard, who is the owner of this awesome collection of early espionage gear, stuff you wouldn't see even in museums these days. Why wouldn't you see it around, Mike?
Why don't you see it around? Well, several reasons. A lot of this equipment was developed, first of all, in secret. Certainly there are items which are of a commercial background, which were repurposed or augmented, but the more spooky the item is, the more likely it was to have been custom built specifically for the agency. So first of all, it's very rare. They were built in limited numbers. They were built in secret, and then at the end of their service life, they're typically destroyed. Yeah, not always, but frequently destroyed. That means that survivors are very, very rare, and to find these things, you really have to go hunting for them.
Is this the sort of stuff you'd see in movies?
It depends how accurate the movies are. There are some, I mean, I would tell you that just about everything you see in the James Bond movies is kind of made up. You know, things like the rocket packs of the 60s and stuff, we're finally beginning to see a few of them around now. Maybe the cars are probably about the most authentic things, but there's been a lot of gadgets in those movies over the years that aren't real. If you want to see movies that have kind of more authenticity of their gadgets, then Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, you see just a copy camera briefly in that film, but not a lot of detail. The television show The Americans is very, very well put together and very accurate. The German movie called The Lives of Others, or Das Leben der Anderen, The Lives of Others, is technically very, very accurate, very well put together. Picture of Cold War espionage.
Right, all right. Where would you like us to start?
Well, probably over here. So I've got here a selection of radios from the collection which tell a couple of stories. So first of all, we've got some kind of World War II era radios. The two on the far left are 2 German WW2 radios. They're fantastically rare. They were built for the German Secret Service, the Abwehr. And to have the pair of these two together is really quite a treat. We have a very small radio here and a larger radio of the type that, you know, for obvious reasons, are called kind of a suitcase radio. and next to it a unit which is immediately post-war German from the late 40s. And these really kind of give you a picture of the types of devices that were being used in the Second World War. And really you can see that the two larger ones, which were more powerful, they had further transmit range, really aren't very, clandestine. Although they come under the umbrella of being clandestine radios, to get away with using one of these was quite a feat. And many British agents who were behind the lines of occupied France in World War II were captured because they were lunking around these really large radios.
And they'd be pretty heavy too, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they're pretty heavy. And the American, there's a very famous American agent called Virginia Hall, Hall. And Virginia Hall worked for the Americans in the Second World War for the OSS. And she famously lunked around a large radio, very similar to this post-war German unit that I have here. And then to make life easier for those agents, if we could just move on to the next area, the next generation of British spy radios look like this one at the back. And you can see a much smaller unit, and if you compare the one on the right to the one on the left, you can see how during the course of World War II they managed to shrink transceivers to be a significantly smaller size, admittedly with a shorter range, but far easier to conceal something that would fit into a kind of a beauty case or a smaller case like that. Then moving on, we've got a couple of Cold War Western radios. So the one at the back here is a British Mark 123 radio. And there's quite a famous case that goes along with that radio. When the Iranian revolutionaries took over the British embassy during their revolution in 1980, one of the British staff members remembered that they had one of these units at home. This unit is actually from the serial number run that was issued to the British intelligence services, and they were able to use that 123 radio that was out of the office to be able to communicate and give situation reports back. In the front, we've got a CIA radio from 1970. This is actually a very rare radio, and we've moved well and truly into the transistor age now with this model here. You can see in the top frequency pack, it's very rare to get an original radio that actually has those components intact within it. So this gives you an idea of pretty much what was state of the art in the 1960s. Very, very nice radio. Now moving along to the right, we've got a couple of generations of Soviet radios, starting with this one, which is a R350 from the 1950s. And these three radios give you a good picture into the state of what I guess I would call Soviet paramilitary radios from the 1950s through to the 1980s. So on the left, the R350, very much a valve-based radio. You can see different tuning coils that are available there for that machine. Also down below, I've got a selection of what's called burst encoders. Now what a burst encoder does is it gives us a way to send a message very, very quickly and in an encrypted fashion that's hard for an enemy to intercept. What we're doing is we're taking a transmission and we're dramatically reducing the amount of time that it takes to send that transmission. So in this case, this is a completely analog burst encoder arrangement. What happens here is there's a little slot in the front of this piece of equipment. I feed a piece of 35mm film in there, and I press these punch buttons to take my encrypted message and to punch that onto the film. And if you look at this strip of film, you might see some little holes that are there. And in this case, someone's just done like a 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, blah, 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 just to punch out a sequence of numbers. So on that would be the representation of my message in punched number form. Now what I do is I take the second unit, and this is strapped onto the radio by means of that little divot there that goes onto the side of the radio. I've got the normal Morse key. I've even got a fast Morse sender here. If I drag that pencil through there, I can actually send Morse faster than typing out manually. But its third trick is that it has this little slot in the front. So once I've got my perforated 35mm film, I feed it into that slot, I connect this to the radio, and I crank that handle fast, and it winds that perforated 35mm film through there, converts that to tones that are then broadcast very quickly off the radio. And what that does is it reduces the amount of time that my transmission is on the air, thereby reducing the risk of interception.
Hence the name burst.
Hence the name burst encoder, exactly. The next generation of burst encoders were based on magnetic tape. And so here we see a Soviet magnetic tape burst encoder from the 60s from a radio called an R353 Proton. And with this one, I dial my message and it's recorded onto a cassette that straps onto this little mechanism. That's the cassette. My message is recorded onto here. I then strap that onto the radio, press a button, and again, that squirts that message out over the airwaves very quickly.
So I guess the faster the message goes over the radio, the more it just comes across as garble or
It
something.
sounds like it's much faster than chipmunk speak.
Yep. So someone just listening to it wouldn't be able to go, oh, that was just a spy message.
Exactly. Then we end up in the early days of digital burst encoders. So this is from a radio that was designed in the late 70s, early 80s, called a Chevrolet. And these were deployed to places like Afghanistan, and you can see here it has an early LED display. I didn't bring the whole radio in that case, but from also around about that time, we have these couple of radios here. This type of radio is kind of generally called a shtriz, which means swift in Russian. And so here we see the rarest of these radios, which is the intermediate step, where you've got a kind of a traditional mini valve type radio, but attached to it you've got inserted a digital burst encoder. So this is a transitional model that marks the step into digital. And then for the next generation, literally that digital burst encoder has now been fully integrated into a digital capable radio in this generation here. So this one only lasted for a very short space of time to make that transitional leap into a fully digital enabled Soviet radio used in Afghanistan. The last generation of burst encoders that I show is this unit here, and I'll just grab the radio that goes with this one, just bear with me. So what we're looking at here is a Sharp PC 1600 pocket computer, and the Stasi of East Germany worked out that because there was a bus that was actually attached to the back of this thing here, they could open that up and they could program this with a simple control program that would punch out a number stream, and that was used in conjunction with this modular radio, which is an exceptionally rare radio used by the Stasi Foreign Intelligence Service. You'll notice that it's modular, as a lot of these radios are, making it easier to build various types of concealments to hide these radios used by clandestine agents. Exceptionally rare to see those few pieces together. Now, to defeat spy radios, of course, we need to be able to do a couple of things. We need to be able to intercept their signals where we can, and importantly, we need to be able to find the source of those signals. We need to be able to locate the radios. For that, we use an RDF unit, a radio direction finder. So I brought along a couple of rare RDF units here. This one is probably the rarest. It is immediate post-war German design. There are some various coil packs and other things in the box, but this unit, you'll notice the little brackets on the side. That is strapped onto a belt unit, and it goes around the belly of the operator so they can hide it under a coat, and they can walk the streets getting closer and closer to the target while listening into a signal that tells them how close they are to the transmitter. That's very similar in design to this one here, which is a Soviet engineered radio direction finder, and you'll notice that this one has got specifically a curved shape to aid in that being strapped to the belly of the operator. This one has also been relabeled in German, so it's a Russian engineered radio direction finder called a Shoika, but it was actually deployed by the Stasi, so it's got secondary labels that were applied in German. Then we have surveillance and intercept radios. So over here, for instance, we've got an early unit from the 1960s.
the whole thing with security clearance issues.
American. This is a Mason A2. It was built into a briefcase with a headset, a couple of aerials, and this kit comes out and can have various frequency coils attached to it, and it's really designed for locating bugs, radios, other types of pieces of equipment. We've also got here a later model. This is a German engineered surveillance intercept radio from the 1980s. It was developed by the Stasi OTS, their operative technical services, and they were extremely proud of this device. This was the pinnacle of engineering for German microelectronics and counterintelligence type equipment in the 1980s. I've also got
1980s, as early as that.
well,
Or as late as that. I
that's
guess
kind of late to the
I'm
party.
just showing my age then. Oh, the 80s isn't that far away from me.
I know, for me too, right? But you've got to remember that the wall came down in 1989, so this is really kind of the last generation and the pinnacle of microelectronics engineering for East Germany, and they were really struggling to catch up in that area. I'll show you a couple of items which had original American Z80 chips, but the East Germans actually cloned the Z80 to create their own, communist country clone, because it was very expensive to buy microelectronics with hard currency overseas, so they would reverse engineer things like the Bulgarians reverse engineered the 6800 chip to create, kind of knockoff Motorola chips, and the Germans did the same with the Z80, but for their most precious projects they would deploy the original American chips. Over here I've got a couple of very nice long-range surveillance cameras. So the one here is quite rare. This is the famous Stasi Canon lens. It's a 500mm lens, and it's very, very good for picking out faces, say in buildings across the street. We've got the KGB Lenok camera. So Lenok comes down through a floor or goes through a wall to be able to open up a fisheye view into the next room for covert surveillance. It's an exceptionally rare camera.
In the chat they're saying, that's not a camera, that's a rocket launcher.
It does bear a striking resemblance to an RPG without the without the actual projectile on the end of it. But no, it's definitely Russian engineered, but it's definitely also a camera, not a rocket launcher. Interestingly, this one comes with a monocular optic and also a binocular optic as well. And it can be set up for comfort on a tripod. So it could be drilled through a wall for taking surreptitious photos into the next room.
So if you're in the building next door, create a hole, stick that through and
Yep.
try and be comfortable
so
rather than wall yourself up in a wall.
Yeah, so the methodology is to use a shoulder drill or what the CIA would call a belly drill, and you use body pressure against the wall and you're just grinding very, very slowly with an old school manual drill, and by reducing the vibration you reduce the noise, so you can just very surreptitiously gradually move through the wall. Nowadays that's done with a mechanical device called a near silent drill, not a completely silent drill but a near silent drill, which puts pressure on the wall and just gradually just grinds away at the wall until you end up in the plaster, and then for the final few millimetres through the plaster and through the wallpaper you use like a little 1mm drill to come through to the end. And I'll show you a millimetre opening camera later. This one came from Finland. It's Western engineered. So this is the Western equivalent of the Soviet photo sniper. And it's a very, very nice ergonomic camera. You'll see it bears a striking resemblance to a weapon. And remembering that, of course, most KGB and other people have actually been trained in weapons, you assume the same sort of stance. What's really interesting about this is it has the opposite ergonomics of the Russian device. With the Russian device, the focus is done here with a ring underneath, and the shutter release is here, as it is on a weapon. But on this Western equivalent, the shutter release is on the foregrip, and this is actually your focus control here. And if you see how that lens is moving in a straight line, it's ergonomically beautiful to use because you're not actually twisting the lens to focus, you're just pulling it straight through. It's a very, very nice solution to a problem, to how to get target acquisition and be able to follow them and take photos at a distance.
Oh, that is so cool.
Moving on to a bit more bug detecting equipment, we've got the classic wand type device which is used for bug detection. So for listening to devices that are active and being able to find something that's emitting a signal, this is a classic portable device that would be worn by an operator to do a bug sweep. But of course, the more sophisticated bugs can be planted in a wall, and they are passive devices that are only active when they're being illuminated by an external source. And we've seen interesting cases of that in embassies and things. So to detect passive bugs, they use a device called a non-linear junction detector. And a non-linear junction detector is not a metal detector. What it's actually detecting is the electronic junctions in things like integrated circuits, diodes, transistors, and you literally sweep this thing down through the wall, and it's picking up electronic devices that are non-powered, right, and not giving off a signal until such time as they're illuminated by an external signal. That's a fully working device, and it's very interesting to use it and test it against, you know, just simple devices that are. We've got a nice little phone scrambler device here. This is only part of the kit. Back in the kind of 70s, these were two big briefcases that had to be deployed point to point for secure communications. We've also got a nice example here of the history of night vision. So up on top of that green box there, we've got Nocta. And Nocta was developed in 1966. It was marketed by Pentax, originally designed for, the kind of market who might be looking for things like, say, wildlife photography at night. And of course, the agencies quickly picked up on the utility of this. You'll notice the two big Mickey ears on either side. They are massive infrared lamps that will light up an area, and then you use an infrared film and an infrared sensitive lens. It's a spectacularly rare camera. It is the only one that I've ever failed US agencies and then passed to state law enforcement at its end of agency life as they got more sophisticated devices. And in front of that, we've kind of got the history of Russian night vision with a Beigish device, the very rare Panatron, and so this interesting pair of night vision binoculars, again with that fabulous Soviet steampunk look about them. Behind us on the right, we have this quite amazing rack of equipment, and what we see here at the bottom, 2170 Stasi surveillance radio, which actually makes a brief appearance in the movie The Lives of Others. Above that, we have the controller that would drive up to 10 of the task, another 9 radios with other pieces of the I'm looking for the right expression. And then when conversations of interest were found, they would be dropped into this purpose-built recorder. Seco. And Seco is interesting because it forms part of the first large-scale mass surveillance network that was kind of carried out with more digitized type technology. So Seco is built in this particular form factor, this particular shape, because it would be mounted 3 units across, 2 units down in a chassis much like a server blade enclosure. So in that enclosure with the 6 recorders, 5 of them would be active, 1 would be spare, and they were mounted literally by the hundreds in telephone exchanges and remotely controlled. So say a Stasi team would plant bugs or turn your telephone into a listening device, and then that would be routed out to these devices in the telephone exchanges and under remote control.
That's fascinating.
Yep. Here on the we have another piece of Stasi technology. This is exceptionally this is a briefcase device called the document complex coffer, or case appliance, if you like. A document complex coffer is kind of, translates to briefcase appliance. And what this is a device that is built to allow rapid copying of larger documents that might be carried out of an office, a safe house, or some other location where the intellectual property could be copied in bulk. It is effectively a film-based portable photocopier, right? So what we have here is it opens up into a little deck that you move the documents across. Here is a foot trigger, and every time you press this foot trigger, the camera, which is mounted up here, is taking another photograph. So you can imagine an operator passing page after page after page, hitting that foot trigger, and every time just copying a document. Up the top is an enormous magazine, which is good for hundreds of exposures. And down the bottom is a battery pack which drives that apparatus. A very, very interesting piece of equipment.
Oh, very cool.
Now, I know that the previous generation of this device, only about 24 were made. It's very likely that only about 20 of these were made, again, for the Stasi Foreign Intelligence Service. Here is the Western equivalent from West Germany. This mounts the 35mm robot camera into a case that folds down very, very elegantly into a simple transportable solution for document copy, but clearly not as high volume as the Stasi unit over here. It uses one roll of film at a time, but a very, very nice little document copy solution. Another piece of Stasi technology is this long case, and if we pan across that, you can get an idea of some of the tools that were carried. That's a great zoom out. And so what we have here is called a criminalist kit. And the criminalist kit was carried by the Stasi operatives who would be doing, counterintelligence work, right? Or also just, police forensic investigators. So there are things in here like a collapsible rubber bowl and some plaster that could be used for taking tire or footprints. There are evidence collection jars. There are various measurement things like, tape measures and compasses and whatnot to work out exactly where evidence collected. There's a torch, hammers, chisels, those sorts of things that you need to be able to lift evidence. And really what they were looking for is any evidence of Western operations within their country and collecting things like footprints or tire prints that might help them to locate those people. Behind that, we've got a rare piece of equipment that I'm sure you've seen in movies, but you don't often see in real life. It's a polygraph machine. And the polygraph machine, also known as a lie detector, there were various institutes where you could go to learn the methodology for how to drive these things. And they were really quite commonly used by police operations and other teams throughout history to be able to act as, I'll call it a data point towards working out whether someone is being truthful or not. There have been a huge amount of effort put in over the years to try and work out if these things can be defeated or how they can be more optimally used. They're regularly used for screening people who work for the intelligence agencies, but they should obviously not be the be-all and end-all source of truth, but they're a very useful data point. Above that is an exceptionally rare device called a Lichtsprechergerät. And that literally means a light-speaking device. And you may want to pan the camera around just to give people an idea of the dimensions of what that thing looks like. So you'll notice that the Lichtsprechergerät is mounted on top of a tripod. And what Lichtsprechergerät literally translates to is light-speaking device. So this was a device that was used in the former East Germany to communicate across the Berlin Wall in a secret fashion that would avoid radio direction finding and avoid radio intercept. And so instead of, and as you speak, your speech is converted to infrared light pulses that are good for about 1 kilometre across the Berlin Wall. You'll notice that built into the top of it is a little round window. That's kind of like a little rifle scope. So you aim it from one side of the Berlin Wall out of one window into a window on the other side. A beam of light is going back and forth between those devices, and speech is encoded over that infrared light beam. And because you're speaking over light, it is completely impervious to radio direction finding and radio surveillance. Now, I noticed that I'm mentioning quite a bit of Stasi-type technology here. It's kind of my subject matter expert area. I'm very, very interested in how the technology evolved. And of course, because the Berlin Wall came down, we've been able to capture intact a lot of their equipment. I'm very painfully aware that these are tools of authoritarian regimes, and there's no glorification of that regime going on here. This is simply documenting how authoritarian regimes actually maintain their control, right? And how they operate in a counterintelligence service against us. It is very, very difficult to get this level of technology from the West because, let's face it, they prevailed in the Cold War, the wall didn't come down, and so we haven't been able to capture the equivalent from the West, but we must surely have equivalent devices. So here we've got something very interesting. This is the transitional stage kind of from old school analog tech into much more transistorized and computer controlled technology. We've got here a number of appliances that come from the Stasi GSK family. So they developed a new camera body in the 70s called the GSK, and you can see here attached to a pinhole lens for penetration into a next room, so it would open up like a fisheye lens view into that room. We have a bulk film loader for taking huge volumes of photos for collection of evidence. We've got two of the types of controllers that would trigger the taking of photographs based on input from various types of sensors. So for example, these types of devices might be mounted in a van or in a building on a tripod. They would be aimed at a target, and when a door opened and people appeared and there was movement, it would tell the control appliance to then tell the camera to take photographs. Then we've got several types of concealed cameras used by the KGB. We've got cameras hidden inside a bra. That was called Project Meadow by the Stasi. We've got cameras hidden inside a belt buckle. We've got a camera hidden inside another camera. Cameras hidden inside various types of belts and bags. And the way that that works is that mounted inside the handbag is a little frame like this. The camera goes inside this little mounting, and then when I press this button on the side, it opens a window that opens in the bag and fires the shutter simultaneously. And so these little devices are made by the technical department of various intelligence agencies to enable their people in the field to be able to conceal devices like recorders and cameras in various types of concealments. You might just want to pan in here and zoom over some of these concealed devices. So again, I mentioned we have here a KGB camera that is hidden inside a belly belt, and then an outside perforated buckle conceals that from view, so that you're effectively taking photos through your belt buckle. This is the female equivalent, where a camera is actually hidden inside a bra, of all things. We have cameras hidden inside purses. And we have a camera here that is mounted at 90 degrees within another camera. So the operational method here would be that I would have a 35mm camera case hanging around my neck. People observing in the nearby vicinity would think, oh, that camera case is facing outward, they're not taking photos. But in actual fact, the secret camera is facing 90 degrees out through the side, and when I push a button, it takes a photo through the side of the camera case.
So Cucumber, this is Mike Pritchard. This is a private collection. We are getting our own personal tour.
Yeah. Then we have a close-up view of the actual mechanism that's hidden inside a bag. So I showed you one a minute ago of a different type, but again, if I press the button on the bottom, and if you have a look, you'll see that little window opening. And that is opening the window and firing the shutter simultaneously on the camera. And this could be mounted in all manner of different types of devices. The neat thing here, of course, is that these types of cameras were spring-powered. So instead of with, you may have played with your parents' 35mm camera, and you know that to take a photo, you have to do that very obvious film winding movement. Because this is a clockwork wind-up spring-powered camera, there's no winding movement. I literally just push that button, and every time I push that button, it's taking another photo. Here's another interesting variation. With this one, the spy camera has been mounted inside a little housing, and on the front of that housing is actually a coat button. And when I push the button on the little actuator, it actually opens the button and fires the shutter simultaneously on the camera.
Oh, this is so cool. Oh, yeah.
Classic kind of 1950s tradecraft.
People are losing it in the chat. They're absolutely loving this.
Oh, okay, that's great. Hey guys, hope you're enjoying it. Then we have a couple of examples of the robot camera. The robot was another German-developed camera, this one here, and this was heavily used by East and Western agencies, and it was also used by ASIO. ASIO used the commercial version of the Robot 25 camera with this type of lens, and due to the depth of the lens, they would hollow out two hardback books to conceal this camera.
That was in a book.
Yes, they would hide this camera, but without this special carbuncle, this mounting here. This is the Stasi engineered solenoid, which would be plugged into a power source, and then via a remote button, it actuates a little electrical mechanism, which then fires the shutter like so.
So you wouldn't get that mechanical click sound that would give it away.
Again, these are spring-powered cameras, so there's no manual film winding action here. Literally, every time I have this button pressed via a remote actuator, it's triggering the camera to fire a button. In the back, I've got, this is a factory fresh example of a Stasi developed infrared camera in its OEM kit. Now imagine that you were a team of field operatives of the Stasi and you wanted to surveil a given target, like say a fruit market or something like that. Ideally, you want to be able to conceal a camera inside your choice of device. And so instead of sending you a packaged camera hidden in anything from a pram to a milk van, what I would do is I would send you this kit, and then your local team of technologists would build that kit with its batteries, its aperture, and the infrared camera itself, and they would hide that in your field operations choice of equipment. So this is an OEM kit for building espionage cameras into various types of concealments. So the main part of the Stasi, the OTS, would build and design the camera. They would package it up in a kit like this. It would be delivered to the field officers, and then it was up to the field office to work out which type of concealment would fulfill the mission objectives. Yeah?
Nice.
Exceptionally rare.
Customized.
Now I've got here a selection of some very nice miniature recorders. We've got one here in the front that was actually used by ASIO. This is a mini phone recorder, and the mini phone dates from the 1950s, and in this case we see it paired with its watch microphone. It looks like a watch, the cable runs down to your wrist, but there's no watch mechanism in there, it's all microphone. The other team, the Stasi, used this type of device. This is a Stasi recorder, and in this case it's a microphone disguised as a pen. So we have 1950s, 1960s. Also from the late 1960s we've got this device. This is a Soviet Electron miniature reel-to-reel recorder. It's a very, very cool, very desirable piece of Cold War technology, and notably this recorder appeared in the television show called 17 Moments of Spring. 17 Moments of Spring is a famous, revered television show in Russia today because it followed the adventures of a Russian agent who goes undercover in the Nazi high command and helps the Russians to prevail. And that TV show is an iconic TV show to Russians. It's kind of their James Bond. And this is the recorder that appeared in that show, and apparently that was the show that inspired Putin to join the KGB. Surprise, surprise. So that's a Soviet Electron. Then at the back we've got a couple of seriously miniature recorders. When these devices were still in a pre-digital phase but getting smaller and smaller, we've got the Czechoslovakian E120, and the E120 is a radical departure from the mini-phone. So instead of having batteries, mechanism, recording, all of those sorts of things in one chassis here, the E120 broke up those components into several smaller parcels so that people could conceal it around their person in closer fitting clothing. Here we've got a exceptionally rare device. This is called a Nagra.
No, he's not a spy, he's a enthusiast.
Yeah, this is a Nagra JBR. These were used by the US, Israel, many other agencies. They were used by police as well as intelligence agencies. You can see here a little label that says it's Swiss made, and for anyone out there who's say a movie or professional audio tragic, you will know that Nagra is the creme de la creme of recorders, and this was their offering for the intelligence community. It's a tiny device about the size, in fact it's thinner than a packet of cigarettes, but about that size. Next up, we've got a couple of spy kits from very famous Warsaw Pact spies. So, on the right, an agent for the Cubans called Ana Montes was phenomenally successful for about 17 years at penetrating the US Defense Intelligence Agency. She would receive her tasking via this type of radio, which is kind of an iconic radio used many times by Russian and other Warsaw Pact spies. And she would go to work, and she used a photographic memory to commit huge amounts of information to memory. She would then go home at night and lived a very disciplined lifestyle, and she would type up her notes. The Toshiba satellite that you see here produce an encrypted floppy, and that encrypted floppy would go off to her handler with enormous amounts of information that she took out of DIA. Next up, we also have the equivalent kit. Well, in fact, it's the exact same kit used by the Russian agent Anna Chapman in New York, and she would carry around I can tell you exactly what it is. It's a 2010 Cruise Collection La Marinière Chanel bag. She was a bit of a fashion queen, and she would carry around this La Marinière bag, and inside it was a Toshiba R500 laptop and one of these high-gain Wi-Fi antennas. She would set up an ad hoc Wi-Fi network, and all of the files that she would drop into a given folder on her desktop as her handler would appear on the other side of the street in a car with a similar radio, or walking on the street with a similar radio. It would simply synchronize the contents of that folder across the ad hoc Wi-Fi network to the other laptop. So that is what we call an electronic dead drop, right? She's literally taking items and putting them in a location where they can be picked up by someone else. The beautiful thing about an electronic dead drop is that I don't have to risk physically turning up to a location where I can be compromised. I can literally be on the other side of the street, and the other person just has to be nearby. We know that Western agencies have had electronic dead drops disguised as things like, lampposts or rocks, and they put them in a Moscow park, and then an agent simply walks past it and picks up information that was previously dropped in the electronic dead drop. Moving along.
I notice you've got a couple of books here.
Yeah, so these are books which, in fact, they go together with this item. So previously over on the far left, I showed you the Stasi criminalist kit, and the criminalist kit was used by the foreign intelligence investigators and also, the forensic service of the police. And the interesting thing is that they not only learned what I would call technical methodology, but they also received instruction, of course, in exactly what you would expect, which is political ideology. We're talking about an authoritarian regime, right? And so these are two of the books that are basically helping to kind of indoctrinate people into the political ideology of the regime. There's also a whole set of green books which are the technical methodology, and senior members of the Stasi would go to what was called the Juristic Hochschule, and the Juristic Hochschule was basically the high school, the higher education facility where they would go to learn about the legal construct of the law of the DDR. This is an exceptionally rare medal, which is from the Ministry of State Security for the Juristic Hochschule, and you'll see it's an award for 30 years of loyal service to that institution. We need to remember that the Stasi and that regime were in control for about 40 years, and over that period generations of people went through these institutions, and so it's not unusual to find things like this award here or this one, which from a Stasi prison guard who worked 30 years in the Ministry of the Interior. Quite common to find those. Now on either side of that, we've got a couple of awards. This one here on the right is actually inscribed to a successful technical operative of the KGB. And you will see here the inscription with their name, and you'll notice that the overall award is in the shape of a shield with a sword. And the KGB is, of course, the shield and the sword of the party, still today. Next to that, we've got an award with that same KGB logo, but this one is made of hammered metal, and it was awarded to the office of the Stasi in one of their towns for good work, for being good technical operatives. And behind that, I've got a series of photographs. These are original signed photographs from the heads of various intelligence agencies. So we have Bill Donovan, Wild Bill Donovan, who was the head of the US OSS, the precursor to the CIA during World War II. We've got a signed photo of John Singlob, who fought in World War II, Korea, Vietnam, one of the original founders of the CIA. And we have here Erich Milke, the head of the Stasi, and a signed photo of Markus Wolf. Markus Wolf was the head of the Stasi Foreign Intelligence Service, the HVA, And he was famously known as the man without a face by the Western agencies because for decades he operated successfully. It was only after a defector finally revealed his identity that we knew what he looked like.
Wow.
Very, very successful, and in fact, kind of a hero in the Warsaw Pact. I've got here, I mentioned before the concept of an electronic dead drop. We've got a couple of physical dead drops. So the classic dead drop spike, you might put money or diamonds or film or maybe a document inside this tube, stamp it into the ground, and then only this little leather thong is sticking out of the ground in the grass to tell you that there's a dead drop there. This is a CIA dead drop called a clam. It's magnetized on the bottom. You put whatever you need to protect inside this rubberized container, so it's waterproof. And then you might clip that to say the steel beams on the outside of a bridge, so that only someone reaching around the bridge to the outside of the beam knows that it's there. And moving on to cryptography, we've got a whole set of really interesting items here. So I like to collect items that talk about the foundational nature of cryptography. So that's books that go back on the subject back to the 1500s. But here we have some examples of manual cipher systems. So we've got an Australian Slidex cipher device. So this is a series of cards that act as like a little XY grid. So you put the card, in this case related to naval gunfire support in this frame. This relabelable strip that runs down either side is effectively your cipher key, and then these cards can be replaced to talk about different aspects of military activity. Now this is clearly not the strongest cipher in the world, but it's good enough for battlefield communication, short-lived tactical communication. Same with the British BATCO, which took over from the Slidex. This device is a simple, pretty much foolproof cipher device which is used by radio operators at the tactical level and probably used more in the 60s. For the US in World War I, believe it or not, this is the very, very simple device that they used in World War I. It's a simple substitution cipher, and that was as sophisticated as it got before World War I. In World War II, William Hagelin provided design input to the company called William Friedman, the American cryptanalyst, provided input to the Hagelin factory to improve the design of their cipher machines, and they came up with the M209. This was also used by Australia in Korea, along with the other Five Eyes nations. And then in the early 50s, Hagelin improved his device with this box that's at the back. And in this machine, not only are the wheels based on prime numbers, but they're repositionable, which dramatically increases the key space of the cipher machine. That's called a CX52, and it was a very, very successful machine at generating very high order crypto. Going with that, the French army also requested a pocket cipher machine which would be cipher compatible with the CX52. And so here you have the CX52 tactical cipher machine with the one that was commissioned by the French army, which was designed to go in an officer's pocket, and that is cipher compatible with the machine that is at the back. That one is called an HC57. When you got your CX52, it came with 6 wheels in the box and then a set of another 6, and you could mix and match those to increase the key space of your machine. Next to that, we've got a couple of components. This is a relay from a German teleprinter cipher machine of the Second World War. And for those of you who know a bit about computer history, you'll know that the very first computers were built out of valves and relays. This is like a single switching bit, right? So, you know, it kind of helps to explain when you look at a component as large as that, when you were building computers out of these things, they very quickly became the size of entire rooms.
So what sort of age are we talking here?
Well, this is clearly World War II.
So 1940s?
1940s relay from a German cipher machine. That's from a T52 teleprinter cipher machine. Then we've got the type of equipment that the British used to build their cryptanalytic bomb for breaking the Lorenz cipher machine. Again, this is kind of, you know, World War II era compute capability. So this is a piece of telephone exchange equipment, and the telephone exchange engineers were drafted into the job of building the machines to defeat the German enigmas, because they were the only teams of people in the pre-computer age who could build large switched networks and who could build large relay-based devices. So this is a fragment of the type of equipment that was used to build the Colossus computer. Now next to that, I've got a couple of cosmetic replicas of Enigma machines. These are 3D printed Enigmas that I bought just for the purpose of explaining the evolution of Enigma. So pre-war, we had the commercial Enigma machine, like this one here. This was sold to banks and foreign governments, and it allows you to set up several rotors. So this is a genuine Enigma rotor from a Nazi machine. And you can see here that a signal goes into one side of the rotor, comes out the other side on a different contact, and so the signal is actually being scrambled from letter to letter as it goes through the rotors. Since you have multiple rotors in a machine, when you press a key, the electrical contact is made from that key up through the rotors. It gets scrambled as it goes through each rotor, hits a reflector at the end, comes back and gets scrambled again, and then it hits the lamp board, right? So fundamentally inside the Enigma, the wiring diagram is quite easy to understand, and so the genius of it is that it comes down to the settings of the choice of which rotors you put in the machine, what order you put them in, the starting position for the rotors, and then in the case of the military Enigma that we see here, they added the plug board, and the plug board at the front allows me as an operator to dynamically rewire the connections between the keys at the front and the entry key into the machine. So it gives the operator a level of control to be able to dramatically increase the key space by increasing the variability. Now, I mentioned here we have the commercial Enigma. It was the fact that the Germans had sold these overseas to banks and whatnot that gave people like the British an insight into how Enigma worked. They hadn't at that point captured the military version with the plug board, but they knew enough of the fundamentals as to how the machine worked to give them a head start in working out how to reverse engineer it. We also have here a derivative of the commercial Enigma. The commercial Enigma was sold to the Swiss, and the Swiss found out to their horror early in World War II, or at the beginning, that not only the Germans who sold them the machines could break their traffic on the commercial Enigma, but also the Allies could do so as well. So they took their lessons learned from owning Enigma, and they developed off that their own version of Enigma, which they called the NEMA machine, for Neue machine. And you'll notice that inside, fundamentally, we have the same type of Enigma mechanism where there's a key, you press a key and a lamp comes on. So fundamentally it works the same way as Enigma, but what the Swiss did was that they dramatically improved the rotor mechanism. They also made the machine capable of being powered off battery, transformer or mains, and did things like switch to using standard lamp globes instead of the special flat Enigma globes, and that improved the field serviceability of the machine. We have a working pair of these NEMA machines, and what that allows us to do is to create an encrypted message on the first machine, transfer it to the second NEMA and run through the decrypt process. And people, I have to tell you, I have no words to tell you how rare an experience it is to have two of these machines working side by side, so you can go through the complete end-to-end Enigma encrypt decrypt process across a pair of working machines.
So do you know who was the first to start cracking the Enigma code?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the Polish Cipher Bureau, in fact, were the first to begin the process, and they actually built a couple of machines. The first one called a cyclotron, which would a cyclometer rather, cyclotron. The first one called a cyclometer, which basically allowed you to work out Enigma rotor positions, one rotor at a time. It was a bit of a clumsy machine built into a desk, and I'm aware that a PhD student at Cambridge has recently recreated the cyclometer as a project. It's a fully working replica of an original Polish cyclometer. He worked out how to rebuild that. The other machine that the Poles built was called the Bomba, and that machine was built again to work out Enigma settings. So the Poles had the first break into Enigma in the 30s. As the Germans invaded Poland, the Polish Cipher Bureau left for France and transferred that information to the French, and then of course as France was invaded, they took that information to Britain, And so Britain got a head start into Enigma, both through having access to their own commercial Enigmas through the banks, but also through that incredible effort by the Polish and the French before them as well.
Awesome.
Yeah. And then the Nazi military Enigma, of course, was captured in large numbers as the war progressed by the Russians. And at the end of the war, they obviously had a lot of information on how to develop cipher machines. And the Russians are exceptionally proud of this machine called Fialka. This is a phenomenally great advance on Enigma technology from the mid-1950s. To this day, I don't believe it's known exactly who specifically designed Fialka and which factory it came from, but the Soviets, this is simply an amazing leap forward in cipher technology. The American equivalent to this would be the KL7 machine, again post-war developed, and this machine, as you can see, has 10 rotors that counter-rotate. It's got a built-in tape punch, so it can be fed with an encrypted message via a Baudo type tape. It has a tape punch up the back, printer integrated, changeable print head, so it can be used by different Warsaw countries with different alphabets. It also features a technology called re-injection via the switch. And what re-injection does is, as I'm creating my encrypted message, that cipher stream is picked up out of the machine and pushed back through the cipher engine a second time, and that means that, say, a letter U, if I press a U, can potentially be re-encrypted back as a letter U, taking away that starting clue from some of the people who might be trying to run cryptanalysis against me. This is a Russian hero machine, and when they opened their crypto museum in Moscow in 2022, they didn't want the Enigma to be the star of the show. They wanted their own machine to be the star of the show, and so as a result, finally in the year 2022, the Fialka was finally declassified so that they could show it to the public. And imagine that, the machine was classified for over 60 years. Fascinating.
Whoa, that is fascinating.
So there you go, that's a good display of what we have on today. There is also a little challenge that's running in the back corner where people can take an encrypted message off a Stasi number station, like a classic Cold War's number station, write that down, run it through a one-time pad, do the first level decrypt, then take the decrypt off the one-time pad, then run that through the NEMA machine to do the second, to remove the second level of super encipherment. And so there you are, that's a little tour of what we're doing at Tools of the Dark Side today.
So you're a private collector?
I am a private collector, yeah.
Are you wanting to display these items more and more, become like a roving museum?
I have had that suggestion on multiple occasions. The truth is, I get nervous every time I drive with these things because obviously, you know, the risk of a traffic accident is not only catastrophic damage to me, but catastrophic permanent damage to the collection as well. The collection includes a huge number of really precious documents, you know, books on crypto that go back to the 1500s, original printed material from Bletchley Park, a first edition copy of Alan Turing's thesis, like really precious things. Yeah, I know. And I need, not just I want, but I now need to protect those things from the humid environment in Sydney. So I'm looking to establish, well, at least to get together a plan to establish a physical museum where those things can go in behind a glass case and be shared with a larger audience, with the public, and also to go into a temperature and humidity controlled environment for their long-term preservation. I'm painfully aware that having this sort of stuff in a storage shed and a couple of other places is long-term. A, it's not sharing it with the public, and B, it's not really protecting the assets long-term.
With the Enigma machine, you've got some 3D copies of it here.
Yes.
Are there real ones in existence?
Yes, there are. There are about 300 original Enigma machines. There's probably a few more. I'm aware of a couple that are in private hands in Australia. There's a Enigma K in Melbourne and a military Enigma with a collector in Sydney who has ambitions to restore it and get it running. Obviously, ASD has a unit in their internal museum. That's what I call a kind of a captive collection because the public can't go in to visit it. They've also very kindly put one on long-term loan at the Australian War Memorial Museum. You can go to see one there. There's one at the Powerhouse Museum in Sydney, which is sadly closed at the moment. And there's another one that belongs to a private collector, David Walsh, who runs the Mona Museum in Tasmania, and he has his unit on display So even though that one is privately used, it's in a publicly accessible museum. I'm going to Germany in June again, so next month, and I'll be picking up a fully working 3-wheel German Enigma that we can bring back and use for display. But as I said, for today, we have a pair of these working Namer units, so we can take people through the complete Enigma setup, encrypt, decrypt process.
We're going to show you those working units right now.
So here is our second Namer. This one is set up to remove the super encipherment that comes off this box here. So this is, to my knowledge, the only known example in the southern hemisphere of a Stasi number station generator. What a number station generator does is I can manually program in a sequence of numbers on the front, or I can enter a punch tape here, or I can feed it via a serial port on the back. That number stream is an encrypted message, which this box then converts into spoken words, right? So it retrieves the numbers from 1 to 0 and a couple of words from a ROM memory, converts them via a digital to analog converter into speech, and then that is broadcast out over the airwaves. Why do I do that? I do that because it's a way to be able to send an encrypted message over a very long distance, and there is no way of detecting who might be listening to a shortwave radio signal on the other end, right? So the recipient can be completely anonymous, and then they receive that encrypted number message, and then they use a one-time pad which is unique to them, and they use the daily page, which is a one-time usage. So for this exercise, what I've done is I've programmed the Stasi number station box with a message. You, as the participant in this exercise, write down the number stream here. Each pair of numbers then is decrypted through the one-time pad into a piece of clear text. That clear text then becomes the cipher key, which is entered onto the cipher machine, and then you take the second piece of still encrypted text, type that into the cipher machine, and the combination of that clear text key and the cipher text then gives you the second flag in the exercise. So this is a fantastic recreation of Cold War espionage methodology, the end-to-end creation of the number station message, the decrypt through the one-time pad, and then the removal of the super encipherment via the cipher machine. Yep.
And this is something you get to do as part of the Capture the Flag challenges here at the Besides
Yep, so
Adelaide.
come on up to the marquee and come and check out the Capture the Flag exercise. And there you go. That's the
Wow.
that's what we've got on display today.
Thank you very, very much, Mike. This has been a awesome tour of your collection. This is a once in an opportunity of your lifetimes to check this out, and you got to check it out here live at Besides. You've got some happy lock pickers over there. We're going to be checking out some more of the village, heading down to OSINT, which is something to do with cyber security. I have no idea. I'm a lock picker. So we're going to check it out. We're going to go to the careers village. We're going to find out what pathways you need to enter red teams, purple teams, all the other colours. We're going to have some fun doing some more interviews. So let's go for walkies.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. All right, rock and rollin', people. How was that? Brett, brother, that was for you. All right, we're rocking and rolling. Getting the 4 wheels in the gear. Off we go. Oh, it's cold out here. Okay. Might have to hoodie up again. Woo. That was an awesome tour. Very comprehensive. The tour I did yesterday was limited because they had to go for a talk. So what we might do is just pop you here for a sec. You can have a look at the bit. Whoa, where you going? So I've actually connected up to the phone. Copy here. Sit there for a minute, don't blah blah blah. Right, go the other way.
man, aren't you?
Right, rocking and rolling. Check out these gorgeous buildings. 1930s. Look at the scroll work on this. Alright. Rocking and rolling. Let's get out of this cold breeze. And we will head to the cyberspace. We're talking satellite. Cybersecurity in space. We'll be doing that. We have our trusty St. John's Ambulance first aiders in case I go ass up today. I'll have someone who can pick me up. So we have the Cyber Cruise Village. We'll go in there, we'll talk to some people about pathways into cybersecurity. So we are on the university campus. This used to all be part of the Royal Adelaide Hospital. Converted. Haha. I wouldn't mind exploring the locks on these buildings, I can tell you that. Let's take a closer by peek at this one. Very cool. Security. Yeah, I know. I know. I can dream. So, this is where the hospital, main hospital, part of the hospital, used to be. All those buildings in front were like specialties and stuff. So this is a building site and a pit. They're going to be building next to it. I don't know what they're doing there, but next to it they're building an Aboriginal Cultural Centre. So we are at lot 14. If you want to come on down, if you're in Adelaide, grab yourself a ticket, come and check out BSides. We are going into digital forensics. Oh my, okay. Alright, let's just not leave the hoodie behind. Come on. Okay. Talks, DFIR, Hunt IR, movie nights, ground floor, tech. OSINT is to the right over there. That's where we're heading. We're going to be coming back to the digital forensics after this. We'll find access way in there. So we're heading down this way. We'll drive it. Gonna catch my breath while I'm having a little walk along. Now this is a unique event for Besides Adelaide. This is their inaugural event, and okay, the sign's there, so where's the thing? Okay, it must be in that, oh, in that little box over there. Alright, we're going, alright people, we're going off-road. Hold on. Up we go. That's why we got our four wheels. Four driving. Off-road. find, analyze, and act. OSINT combined. Well, this will be a nice little area when it's all done. Crash bang. Oh, that's what OSINT stands for. Open source intelligence. Aha.
You don't have to lug a massive laptop around.
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, doing good. This is one of the volunteers. You want to come over here?
Yeah.
Ah. Park out there so we can roll away. So, you're here volunteering at BSides in OSINT.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a bit about OSINT?
Yeah.
I'll get you to come on this side for the microphone, and I will plug in this way, and I will hold this close to you so we can bypass the wind, and we'll do it like that.
Yeah, easy. So this is the OSINT village. So OSINT stands for Open Source Intelligence. So here we're running through sort of a number of different things. It's a bit of a choose your own adventure type of structure. We've got two sides to the business. So one of them is training. So that's training through, I suppose, free open source intelligence tools. So we've got Emerald giving talks around that, around Medicare data breaches and various trainings there. And then we've also got our Nexus Discover tool, which Harry's currently running through. And that is our sort of single pane of glass, bringing many data sources into one platform to allow analysts to do OSINT investigations.
And how's that incorporated in, is this part of the capture the flag stuff?
I believe that there is a capture the flag in there. It's not the main one, though.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
there's lots of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
So which means you have to, hack into the computer and...
Oh no, we
Get
don't have
something
any of those through here. I believe there's just a photo that someone has to.
So they have to
Yeah.
find this location
Yeah.
based on their other capture the flags.
Yep.
And do that. Cool.
Is this a video for B-Sides? Or?
This is
Yeah.
this is the live stream.
Ah, we're live.
We're live,
Yeah.
mate. We're live. And then they step away from the camera as we say it's going live.
Nice.
So are you part of an organisation here?
Yeah, OSINT combined. Yeah.
And how long have you been doing this sort of work for?
Me, 5 weeks. Pretty new. My background prior to that was AML and financial crime, though, so it hasn't been too much of a segue.
Cool.
But yeah, I'm pretty fresh, but pretty much almost everyone else within the business either has intelligence, defence or police background as well.
What made you decide to get into this sort of work?
I thought it was really interesting. The business really prides itself on doing a lot of philanthropic work, so we do a lot of work with, I suppose, anti-terrorism, human trafficking sort of cases as well. So I really wanted to move to a company that was sort of mission-driven. Yeah.
That's awesome. All right, thanks for talking to us today.
No problem.
And we'll head on to the next thing. How about that? Now we've learned something there today, haven't we? We know what that means. We know what they do. Wow. They're the good guys catching the bad guys. The real bad guys. Okay, shape the future. Yeah. Buildings. Alright, four-wheel driving. Oh, that's where the parking is. Okay. Yeah, couldn't find that today. Oh well. upstairs. It's old buildings. What the hell is that? These things are really tall too. Well, tall for the day. I mean, we'll be in the 30s. Okay, heading to Tech Central. So we will need to, going through the Space Centre, to be able to get down to the base and then to be able to get down to digital forensics. Okay. Get away in there. Steps there. Steps there. That must be another way. G'day, Gilbert. Yeah, well, we want to get down to the basement to the digital forensic that was no.
Okay, there's an elevator in here, I believe.
Yep, and then we'll come up and do the space stuff.
Cool.
So we're doing the live stream.
Oh, nice.
Hope we don't lose it in the elevator.
Have a good one.
Thank you. Alright, so as part of capture the flag, you use your little, you saw people soldering this to get information added to it that will then give you, to work the door. But as I said, we have access to all areas. So we are accessing all areas. So, oh, that was a hill. Capture the. Yeah, but the connection might go a bit because I've got to go down an elevator. So we might cut out and then come back. We'll see how it goes, but what sort of luck we got? Alright, once again, it's really hot in here. Pretty sure. Turning. Hard to navigate with one hand, but we're modifying adapting.
Yes, I was yesterday in CDS and so they're volunteering for the
Here we are, digital forensic. Well, you can tell it's a computer and it's warm out in here. So we will have a look at the ball. So, move it there. Don't look at that password and stuff. Alright, so this is being put on by McGrath Nicole. Advisory registration. Let's find someone in the company that can talk to us. Find someone with a badge. So, yeah, a little bit different than I had anticipated. It's a room full of techie computer people. But then again, what would you expect? But a room full of techie computer people that's digital forensics. So we want to talk to someone about it. Let's find out who we can grab. Don't know. We'll see. Well, it doesn't. Who's got a uniform on? Is there someone here we can talk to about digital forensics on the live stream? All right, we've got someone. Awesome. Just still here, so you stand here.
Yep.
I'll face the sign. So you stand beside me here. The microphone's here.
Yep.
I'll hold this towards your voice and plug in. Okay, so we're here at the Digital Forensics Village section component of Besides Adelaide. Do you want to tell us a bit about digital forensics?
Yeah, sure. So my name's Jesse Pearce and I'm a senior manager at McGrath-Nichol. McGrath-Nichol's a specialist advisory firm, but one of the things that we do a lot of is incident response. And a big part of incident response is obviously digital forensics. So one of the tools we use on a day-to-day basis when responding to cyber incidents is Velociraptor. And over the last 4 months, the team's gone off and built a simulated ransomware capture the flag scenario that focuses around using Velociraptor to go through the process of identifying how a threat actor came into an environment, downloaded some beacons, exfiltrated data, deployed ransomware. So you get to start from the start, find all the answers, and then the end part is downloading Tor and going to a hidden onion site so that you can find the ransomware page where the data would be posted and leaked.
Wow.
The other part of the room is the Sentinel-1 Purple AI CTF. So the other element that we use for active protection, Sentinel-1, we're an incident response partner of them, and we get to go off and use their tool when we do incidents, and they've built a Purple AI CTF, which focuses around using their generative AI tool to help, analysts and technologists respond to cyber incidents.
What are the pathways into this sort of work?
Most of the time, it's through going off and going to work in different security operations centers. McGrath-Nichol does have a pathway in from university, so we've had a few people come direct from university, and the person that actually built the whole CTF for us is one of our undergrads who's working with us part-time. So straight out of uni, you can apply and then come in and do work experience with us, and then get some hands-on training, because that's the best way of getting the training is on the job.
What sort of skills do you need for this sort of work?
A tenacity to keep looking through lots of logs. So persistence and perseverance is always important, and unfortunately, it's just a lot of hard work sometimes.
Right. So are you considered like a red team?
Yeah, we do have a red team as well, but the incident response side of it is considered blue teaming.
Oh, okay. And is this something you do in an office or you work from home?
It's a mix of both. So our red team will often work from home because they're working nighttime testing hours. So there's no point being in an office by yourself from 8 p.m. till 2 a.m. but it often works well if you can work in an office, because when you want to work in a team and quickly ask questions, it can be a little bit more collaborative. In saying that though, we've got a truly national approach to incident response, and a lot of the teams that I work with on a day-to-day basis are either in Perth or Melbourne or Sydney, and I'm based in Brisbane. So there's no reason you can't do that from home.
So do you work with government, defence, private, or a combination of everything?
Combination of everything, yeah.
Small business, big business? What sort of scale?
Again, mix of small and large business. So we might do a business email compromise for a small business who has cyber insurance, and their insurer will cover the costs of the investigation. But we'll also scale right up to Australia's largest law firm, HR Lebsworth. So yeah, from the smallest to the largest, anyone that needs help, we'll generally be there to help them.
Awesome. Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to mention to the B-siders watching and the audience watching about forensics, digital forensics?
Yeah, if you're interested in learning about Velociraptor, the easiest pathway in is probably their YouTube channel. So there's a big YouTube channel that's got a lot of really great content on there that talks through it. And they've also got a very active Discord community. So the creator of Velociraptor is Mike Cohen, and he's active on that Discord community on a day-to-day basis. So if you want to get stuck in and have a look at it, they're always willing to help.
So is that a lot of people coming out of a talk? What sort of talk are they coming out of?
I'm not sure what that talk was, sorry.
Right, is that part of this? I don't think it is?
Yeah.
All right. We might go down and have a chat to the lecturer and find out what's going on down there. With digital forensics. Forensics used to mean physical stuff. Is it also physical stuff as far as like people putting like bugs or whatever they're called, other chips inside people's systems that are physical things like hardware? Do you track hardware stuff, or is it all just digital? Like, do they do physical sort of stuff?
Not so much anymore. The extent that you would get is, people plugging in malicious USB devices or plugging rogue devices in, but there's normally a digital footprint for that. And the evidence of a USB device being plugged in is pretty clear. We do work with some people who used to run counter surveillance in various police services, and now do the bug sweeps and those types of things, but it's not very often that you'll see that in a typical cyber incident. That's probably more of a national security risk than it is a cyber incident.
Yeah. And do you come across a lot of what do they call them? The national actors, state actors, like
yeah, on a handful of occasions each year we'll have an incident that's linked directly to state-based actors. Majority of it is obviously financially motivated through cyber criminals based out of a range of countries, but from time to time there'll be a state-based actor.
Do you also help individuals in the public? So say if someone's been ransomwared or their computers picked up viruses and things like that are accessing their bank accounts, are you able to help individuals?
Not us directly, but we'll refer them on to an organisation called ID Care, who are better suited to help them, because the more important component there is helping them recover their identities and access to their systems. And ID Care is very well placed to do that, and they're a not-for-profit organisation as well, so it's no cost to the individual, and then they'll help them recover.
Are you based in Adelaide?
No, or McGrath-Nicol has a presence in Adelaide, but me and the team that's down here for BSides are all from Brisbane.
Okay, all right. Thanks very much for chatting to us on the line.
Thanks very much.
Cheers. Ah, cool. I'm learning so much. Right, what we'll do is we'll just have a little walk down here, and we shall have a chat to whatever lecture just finished down there, and we shall find out what is happening down this part of Besides. Since we're down in the belly of the basement. Now remember, people, I'm a Locksporter. I don't do digital stuff. I don't know digital stuff. Okay, oh wow, the stairs. Okay. So, alright, so this is we should wait for James.
I imagine that so that's how it builds into the PhD.
So this one's about why do we still suck at security awareness? Well, Australia sucks at it because we don't have strong enough laws to force companies to be security conscious, cyber security conscious. They're lukewarm. Companies don't have to, well, they get to decide when a security breach is worth telling the public about or even telling the government about. So this is the lecture theatre.
Yeah, email me or my phone number should be there on there. Yes, my number's there as well, so if you want to I'm happy to organise time. Are you yeah, no, I'm back in the city that I work for, so I can go from there and go from there, if that's okay. John, he wants his full name, but John.
We're just finishing the conversations after the thing, and then we will talk to the lecturer. Nearly ready. So, John,
Happy to stay on the camera.
he put you in front of the camera. We just have a conversation.
No, I'm happy to be on.
Yeah. Okay. No worries. All right. I'll talk soon. Okay. Camera shy person. That's all right. We'll go down. We'll get hello.
I don't business post, but you know what? Do you have LinkedIn?
Sorry?
Do you have
No, I'm deliberately not on LinkedIn.
I will message you.
If you don't mind, yeah.
I
'cause
will
I've-
message you once we're done, and then yeah, I'll just send you my number.
Yep,
and then,
cool.
Yeah.
Thank, I forgot about it. I was so excited to talk to you because it was nice because what you were saying was validating the research I was doing. It's always nice to get an independent expert to say, hey, the stuff that you're actually finding and come up with is correct. So it's really saying up. So
Hi. Can I talk to you?
oh,
Yeah. Yep.
oh, so, listen, I won't hold you. Yeah, but yeah,
Thanks, not Dad. Thanks for stopping in, mate.
yeah, so, thank you very much. That's it. No, it's okay. No.
You go.
Hello.
Could I come in on that conversation and have?
Sorry, what is this for?
This is the live stream for BSides.
Oh, so did you
So this is-
actually film that?
No, I
no.
came in at the end.
Oh, you did.
Yeah, I didn't film that. So I'm just talking, interviewing the lecturers and stuff afterwards.
Oh, no, you know what? I can definitely sit and think of it. You should have let me know.
Just talking about parental controls and how to protect children in the home with devices. So we'll just go. Where's the way out to have a chat? Yes, it is the combat wombat. This is Bolton, the combat wombat. It is the hairy-nosed wombat, the emblem of South Australia. Well, not an emblem, it's our dude. Wombats. Wombats are nuggety creatures. They use their butts to block off the entranceway to their burrows. These are the sponsors. I just spoke with them.
There are few characters where but this is a constant feature of one of my slides. That is when the app startup and that directly that's
can't have the aircon in here. It's hot as with those lights. Hey. Oh, good to see you, mate. My mate has just arrived. Oh yeah, pulled up a bit solid this morning. Yeah. Yeah, just the last interview I was holding the camera over and my back just started going spasm. I'm thinking, not now, back. Just hold off, back. Just not right now. So it's yeah, holding the camera for 5 hours yesterday. Yep, the body's going, you held a camera for 5 hours yesterday.
Well, that is
Yeah.
the thing with the phone, it's tedious.
Yeah. So we're just waiting to chat to that person over there. Oh, sitting down. Yeah, don't usually sit down because, they start to seize up.
Missed the call?
You did miss the talk, but you don't have to miss the talk because I'm about to interview them.
Oh.
So you'll hear it. So, yeah. So after this, we're heading to the Space Centre again.
Oh, yeah.
Just going over more detail now. I've got more information about where I'm going, what I'm doing. To retrace my steps from yesterday, interview different people.
Yep.
Interview some more of the participants and.
Did you get Paul in here?
Yeah, I did.
Oh,
I had a really good interview with Paul from GitLabs.
Yeah, he seems like a really lovely guy.
I could remember his name last night, but I couldn't remember what company it was from. I'm trying to whack in as much information in the description as possible. I'm thinking, it's 10 o'clock at night, getting on 10:30.
Yeah.
I can't ring my mate to say, what was that dude's name? Where was he from?
I was playing flight sim till FPV sim till 1:30 in the morning last night.
So tell us about this flight simulator.
Oh,
It's for a drone, isn't it?
yeah, FPV drone. So it's lift-off flight simulator. Yeah. So I've spent most of last night after this conference recabling all my computer.
So this flight simulator, is this competition flight however you say that word?
Simulator.
Or is it you going like drag racing like cars, or are you doing agility like dogs, or are you doing like those airplanes that do those trippy things in the sky? What are you doing with your drone?
Yeah, so at the moment I'm just prepping up training basically, so just hovering and turning corners and stuff, but it's all in free fly. But yeah, eventually you can race on there competitively and stuff as well, so you can get on leaderboards for races. But I think if I were to do that, I probably would go over a Velocidrone, which is supposed to be a bit better for that. Seems like a lot of the top racers are sort of using that one, but yeah, mostly I'm interested probably in freestyle and race more than anything.
Okay, so you want to come to abandoned buildings with me and do some drone stuff there?
Hell yeah, I'll check out some bandos for sure.
Awesome. I'll check out the locks, you can fly the drone. And we'll try not to crash into each other.
I don't know how you're going to feel about me flying the drone around and getting footage of you picking locks. You'll have to be on screen.
Yeah, but the thing is, you won't have any footage of me picking locks because we don't pick locks unless they,
Of course.
we've got permission, they're not in use.
Well, doubt so. Keep it bloody legal.
Keep it bloody legal. Stay legal. Temptation is everywhere. That's our motto. So we don't pick locks out of band-aids. We'd like to be able to pick locks to be able to get into some of these band-aids, but that goes against my ethical code, and that would eat away at me if I did something like that. So I wouldn't even go there. Yeah. So unless I can gain entry a normal way through an easy access, just walking through the door basically with my legs. So Yeah, so no pick 'em up. So I don't take any of that sort of equipment with me.
Yep.
When I go to Orbando's, and so
It takes the temptation away.
total. Yeah, it's like I could just slip that latch. It's like no, can't do that. But there's
Oh, have you done? I got one right near home. It's like 7 or 8 minute walk from my house, off a Magazine Road.
no.
There's like a old magazine for the jail there.
Oh,
It's beautiful.
wow.
There's even an old, I don't know what it is, it's like almost like an old like metal barred little cell on the other side right behind Outler. Really,
Oh, that
really
sounds
beautiful.
like fun.
Mm.
That could be our first Abando together.
Yeah. It's
Right.
literally a short walk from my house. And you can pull up there really close on the road as well, but you might have to take you the longer way because it's pretty steep. Like you can get like right up to it, but it's straight down the hill.
Oh, yeah. I need to throw a rope around my waist and pulling myself up there.
You can go the other way. The other way's not too bad. It's just a longer walk.
Yeah, that's okay. We can full drive it, no worries.
Getting over to the other one's harder. You gotta like go down this ravine and cross a river and
Oh, okay. Combat style. Yeah. So we're still waiting to talk to the lecturer. That's okay. We'll just chat amongst ourselves. And then we'll head off to the space ops. Had a lengthy interview with the business owner of space ops, and that's on yesterday's live stream. Alright, we're going to make our move up there and make our presence known. How cool is that? It's got all this tech on you can add to. It's part of Capture the Flag, and that'll give you access to all these buildings. Okay, so where am I? Head to the space thing. Waiting a bit long. We'll just start to wiggle up. Okay, steps. Yeah, we're still away. We're doing it. Okay, so let's have a break. People, where we're going next. Sponsors. This is our location. They seem to be in a bit of a chat there. We're going there next. Cyber Ops. G'day LPG, GK man, thanks for hanging with us. We're just waiting to speak to one of the lecturers. They're in a bit of a chat at the moment. So I'm just showing you through the program. We did that this morning. Yeah, you got to zoom in on your device. So this is going to be about security awareness in the home. The box. We're just going to go through that briefly and we'll go to the village. Okay, so We are not going to get to talk to this person. They are just busy. So we're going to bypass this and head to our next location. Alright. We can't get in. Let's move on. That way. Coming in. This way. Yep, and there it is. Luxury access. Wow. This is the cool shirt. Mate's rocking the shirt. Besides Adelaide.
Check out my B-side.
Check out the B-side. That is cool ass. Oh, I'll tell you what, might need a coffee. I don't know, where did you come in? 1, 2, I don't know what floor you came in on.
On the ground floor.
Yeah, we'll go to 1. Go to 2. Go to 1. We're on the ground. Yeah, that's where we are. So, let's go. Alright, it's acknowledged us. There's our blocks. And it's not going anywhere. We'll go to 3. Alright.
That's strange.
So obviously it's only 3rd level. I don't know, that's weird.
Kind of here you go. Access block. That's RFID reader there.
Ah. Right. Okay, we'll spread us out. Ha! Alright, so, alright, let's go back to the ground floor and get security to buzz us up, maybe. Or maybe
Where are
this will get us up.
Where are we supposed to be going?
To the next level.
Only to... No, that ain't gonna work with the RFID map.
Alright.
Not like I can brute force it, either.
No. Not in this space. Well, let me get there. Like, I came in from the top, so let me come down. We can't get out up to the next level.
Sorry?
We can't get out up to the next level. Excuse me? Are you able to swipe us to the next level? It won't let us.
It won't let you go to one.
It let us come.
Someone,
It let us come down, but it won't let me go back
yeah,
up.
I can't let anyone. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. I don't know who you are, Mooney. You're for the event.
I'm the
Do you
volunteer.
work up there?
Well, I'm doing the live stream for the whole event
For
on
the whole
B-Sides.
event. If you come
Yep.
up with me,
And disabled access, I was told use the elevator. I used the elevator, it let me come down here,
right,
but it won't let me go back up.
okay, alright, and you're helping this lady?
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's go with me.
So I just want to bypass those 2 levels of stairs.
Okay, no problem.
It's like being a volunteer without being a volunteer.
I just need to verify as well. I have
You can
seen
verify,
you.
yep.
The
I'm Pocket
KGB
Women.
building.
Yeah, I'm Pocket Women.
Okay.
Yep. This is my computer do when I have computer issues with all the
Okay.
live streaming.
Go for it.
Because I'm a Locksport and not a computer person.
So level 1?
Yeah, whatever level bypasses all the stairs.
Check out this bad boy.
I was looking yesterday. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's
How many, that's a photography lens, right?
Yeah, yeah.
How many millimeters does that extend out to?
I think he said it's good for about 400 meters. Wow.
I've only used it 10 years ago, so 400. Be amazing. Okay.
This wasn't where I come in. Yeah, this bypass all the stairs.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the door. Through there. That's the exit.
Oh, and I'm tracking with you now.
Yep.
I hope it does.
Yep, it should do.
Yeah. Button.
All right, we found a way out. Aha!
Oh, yeah.
Awesome.
The
Ah, freedom. Yeah, round there. Thank you very much for your help. Cheers. Oh, it's nipply out here. Okay. Let's head. Well, that's the space ops. We'll come back to the space ops. We need to head down this way. We did OSync. We did. All right. I'm losing it. We're going a bit quick. We're good. We didn't hit the bin at the end. We did OSync. We did digital forensics. We'll come back and do space ops again. I'll probably interview the guy again. So what we will do is head on over to the marketplace.
What's on today?
Yeah, there's lots of cool talks. Yeah.
That wasn't on previously.
Yeah. So in the talk section.
Yeah.
So the blue section.
Oh, so just got to flip through to the.
Yep. And then just look at the
Saturday
side, and you'll see like Saturday.
Yeah.
You'll see the days.
So we start there. That's already runs really past now.
Yep. And we're just after 12:15.
Well, this one's run. Scammers.
Yeah. When's that one on?
No, it's already passed.
Okay, so we just talk to the presenters. So that's next. So why do we still suck at security?
Oh, that was
awareness?
where we just were.
Yeah, but that's at 12:45, so that's in half an hour.
This one was pretty cool.
Yep.
Nearby boot chain, but I mean that's
That's
full,
at 3 o'clock.
full geek
Yep.
stuff.
All right, we'll do the full geek stuff at 3 o'clock then. So I might park you with the live stream while I go into the facilities and remove my additional layer of clothing because it was freezing this morning and I'm starting to sweat it. So we will go into the careers village. We need to go into the careers village and talk to people in the careers village. But we'll go to marketplace first.
Hi there.
G'day, how you
Sorry to bother
going?
you. Saw you were streaming. We just saw it on the TV.
Oh, sweet!
We're wondering if you were put up to it by the BSides to sort of film everything, or...
Yeah, well, I put them up to it, so that's a way to say it, yeah?
Cool.
Yeah, so I'm part of BSides on Pocket Women. I do Locksport.
Yep.
Lockpicking and Locksport, and you've got a Locksport village here.
Cool.
So we contacted BSides, said we'll run the live stream.
Yeah.
And then it got bigger from there.
Yes, sick. Yeah, we didn't realise. We just saw someone walking around on the TV with the nice music going. This wouldn't happen to be related to the black bag or anything.
No.
No? Okay.
No, yeah, I'm just, I'm a freestyler.
Fair enough, fair enough. All right, excellent.
Yeah, so tell us about what brings you to BSides.
Just, basically meeting people, getting to do some fun challenges. Learn a lot from the talks. Yeah.
Which one have you enjoyed the most?
Definitely the black bag. I'm quite a fan of that kind of like physical sort of CTF. Yeah.
Cool, very cool. Do you want to ask me any questions?
Have you seen one of these before?
Oh, I'm going to get busted.
What is that?
Jeez. Okay, this is a covert carry, of course.
Mm-hmm.
It's a Slim Jim. It's a latch slipper.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I've used a few of those on some like physical engagements.
Yes, but the best,
not one as portable as that though.
the best kind of EDC are the ones that you've got on you at the time.
Yep.
And this is being developed by an Australian, Locksporter, locksmith, hacker and security dude, Dark Arts Lockpicking.
Okay.
And he makes them himself, and he sends a lot of them over to red teamers in America And
Didn't he just make a stack for Deviant?
yeah, he just made a stack for Deviant. And
Oh, really?
yeah,
Wow.
so we tapped into that network, and we are trying to get that sort of stuff happening here with Doubt. So he's setting up that sort of business, doing training and such with people. He's come over to Adelaide recently and done a training session, and yeah, there'll be more of that happening between
So training
Melbourne and
for
Adelaide.
physical
For
engagement.
physical pen testing.
Yeah, that's interesting because I don't see a lot of that kind of training here in Australia. In Europe and maybe the US, that tends to happen a lot. But I don't think companies are very sort of I don't know, into physicals yet. They're more into the red team's sort of network-based attacks. They don't realize the impact of physicals as well.
Yeah, cyber pen test over physical pen test.
Exactly. They don't see the risk. But yeah, excellent.
Yeah, so
I'm some guy just for a couple of doors here.
yeah.
Of course, of course.
So Doubt has doubt.com. You can find this sort of stuff. It's called the Viking Band.
Yep.
And it's unisex, and there's other items that Doubt has developed called covert carry, as well as covert carry picks and such that you can check out.
If you can come up with a covert under door tool, that would be great.
Yeah,
Not one that you got a 6 foot long.
There is one. There is one.
Excellent.
Yeah. So there is one you can a YouTube channel called the Not So Civil Engineer.
I think I might have heard of that.
Yeah, part of Locksport and Lawyer and Covert Instruments.
Yeah.
Part of that sort of team.
Right.
Before they became all of that.
Ah.
He was doing a YouTube channel, and he developed a portable under the door tool.
Excellent.
A breakdown one, so you could carry it. It was only like that wide.
That's great.
Yeah, and it was segmented, and it worked really well. And so what David Oliver's done is he has modified and adapted the underdoor tool to enable you to put a camera on it, to enable you to put a one of those canisters that open. You know what I mean?
Infrared sensor, yeah.
Infrared sensors, and a little canister for that PIR stuff, and you can use that with your under the door tool and shimmy it up and
cool.
bypass things that way.
Yeah.
So yeah, for sure, check out David Olam on YouTube.
Yep.
Check out Red Team
I
on
bet he
America.
should watch half of his stuff.
I've definitely seen a couple of his talks, yeah. Lockpicking Lawyer as well, obviously.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, check out the Not So Civil Engineer.
Yeah.
For and he came up with all sorts of great ideas on how to make those sort of things more portable and covert.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Thanks for chatting to us today.
No worries.
Enjoy
Thank you
the
very
rest of the event. Cool.
Doubt's website's down.
Doubt's website's down. What? Doubt, your website's down, mate. Why? Don't tell me he's been hacked. Oh, I don't have his phone number because I lost it.
You're down, buddy.
You're down, you're down. Doubt's down, Doubt's down. Whoop, 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 whoop. Doubt, you're down, mate. So they said they got music going, so I might have to send you for a coffee because you can't do music on the YouTube because of copyright.
Yeah. Where they've got the screen playing, they've just got some music going over the top of it.
So today's more about some more lectures,
If you want
access
coffee,
and stuff. Yep.
I think let's go here because I don't think that.
Oh, that little one's not there. Oh, okay. They had music in here yesterday. I couldn't come in here. Jumpers. Jeez, trot on me. Trot on me. Lean Skyballs. So lots of yummy things you can get hold of here. Oh, they've got music in there as well. I'll wait till my mate comes back. And we can bypass this music. They've got music on in there as well. They got music on in there. Music.
What do you want?
A long black one shot in a medium.
What size?
A medium, so yep. Wonderful having mate. G'day, how you going? Good. Would you like to have a chat to us on the live stream? Today I'm going to try and hit the participants up and we'll see how many of them run away from the word live stream. Right, so just got to check that my batteries are still going. I'm operating out of a bag. I have all my power tool batteries here, hooked up to a USB, hooked up to a big 4-amp battery, running a portable Wi-Fi router, which is a pretty nifty bit of tech because I couldn't even get on at all yesterday because of the level of traffic that was using the Wi-Fi, and we couldn't live stream at all until we had all this set up. So that's cool. And we'll grab our coffee and we'll head to the careers village. Then we'll head to CyberOps. So check out the interviews I did yesterday. They were fascinating. Yeah, not lunch, just a coffee, liquid lunch. Need more coffee. Looks like there's some nice food here. That's a nice looking taco section there. So that's the registration tent. That's the marketplace.
In case you're filming.
I can film below you. I don't have to film at you. Do you want to come talk to us on the live stream?
Hey?
Come talk to us on the live stream.
Yeah.
Yeah? Oh, we're going to talk to one of the participants of BSides here. Can you tell us what brought you here today?
I'm helping out with Capture the Flag with McGraw-Nickel.
Don't keep walking away. The microphone's here.
Yeah.
The more you step back, the more I
I'm
have
from
to...
Sentinel-1, and McGraw-Nickel uses Sentinel-1 platform for the FIR. So yeah, really happy to be from Melbourne and supporting the community.
Awesome. And what do people have to do to capture the flag?
Just be curious for human beings and follow the yellow road, the yellow brick road. It's a couple of questions and we give you the technology, follow them up. So yeah, it's really fun. If you haven't done a capture the flag before and you're looking to get into cyber, I truly recommend having the experience.
So it's like computer games for adults?
Oh, absolutely. It is exactly like a computer game. And if you're a naturally if you're a natural gamer, you'll love it.
So a transition. So what sort of transitional jobs would you have that would come into that sort of area?
Anything, to be honest. Most people think that you've got to be a little bit of an introvert to do this sort of job, but I think otherwise. I think people who really resonate with people or like people or like helping people get very good at this job. Because the one important thing is that you need to learn to work in a team.
Communication.
That's exactly.
So not just head down, punching the keys.
Well, there's a bit of that, but yeah, there's communication with people around you as well, and punching, putting your head down together and punching it together as well.
It's a lot of problem solving.
Yeah. Everything is about problem solving.
Yeah. Hunt down the bad guys.
Well, it's not necessarily bad all the time. It's hunting down a problem, right? Most people think that it's always malicious or bad, but it never is. Sometimes it's a really simple problem to solve. And I guess that's why the FIR is really important, because it's trying to find a needle in a haystack.
So it's part of digital forensics, isn't it?
It is.
What else would you like to say about digital forensics?
I say that digital forensics is part of a very big umbrella of things that you can do in cyber. But yeah, if you're interested in cyber, please go and look at everything else, including digital forensics.
Okay. Thanks very much for stopping and talking to us.
No worries, thank
All right,
you.
enjoy the rest of the day.
Yeah.
All right, we are chatting to everyone, anyone today.
Hey, how you going?
G'day, how you going? Would you like to have a chat to us?
Sure, I'm actually just really curious.
Yep.
What platform you're streaming to?
YouTube.
YouTube?
Yep.
What's your account there? What's your channel?
Pocket Women Locksport.
All one word or?
It's 3 words. Channel's Pocket Women. Put Locksport on it, you can find it. Otherwise, you get everything labelled women on YouTube, and that's a rabbit hole.
So have you guys been like live streaming the whole event or something?
Yep. Today.
Great, thank you so much. Cool. I'll love to tune in.
Yep. And what brings you to Besides today?
We come here from Melbourne, from the Melbourne region, and I guess curiosity about what goes on in the industry. We're both in it. Myself in the blue team or defensive security side, and Chris here in red team offensive.
Okay, that's interesting. What sort of pathway did you take to get into that sort of work?
Well, for myself, it was through university. So I decided to take up a course in cybersecurity. That's kind of how I landed myself in industry. So the university I went to, of course, has a focus on wanting to get people industry experience before you graduate. So it was through their different initiatives and programs I was able to get my foot in the door with some businesses, and eventually, find myself where I am today.
Okay, and Chris, what about you?
Mine was very similar actually. I was also doing a Bachelor of Cybersecurity. We did the same course. And yeah, I got an internship, and then from there turned into full-time work and just switched over to the red team after a couple of years.
What made you switch over to the red team?
I'd always wanted to be an ethical hacker since I discovered it was an actual job. And yeah, just one night decided that I wanted to start teaching myself how to do it, and just made the change and never looked back.
Awesome. So 2 happy people in their work. So
It doesn't feel like work most days.
So have you been to any other B-sides like around the country? I know there's B-sides. You went to Canberra?
Yeah.
So as a comparison, let's compare the B-sides, shall we? This is Adelaide's inaugural B-side, so they're pretty proud of what they've created here. I think it's pretty awesome setup. How's that compared to Canberra?
Yeah, it's actually very similar. Like, I'm comparing it to the Melbourne one as well, because I've seen some things about that, and that one's very small. So I was actually really surprised how big this one was, how spread out it was, the amount of like stuff that you could do. And like the Canberra one, I'd say was about the same sort of size, if not a little bit smaller, a little bit more compact. Yeah, like I see no reason why I wouldn't come back to this one again. It's been very good so far.
Awesome. That's great.
Do you have the bug bounty programs much?
I'm more Active Directory myself, so I'm not really too much into the web app stuff, but we all know how to do it. But yeah, I like network pen testing a bit more.
So you'd be a bit of an expert in Nmap, eh?
You'd hope so. Yeah. What about yourselves? Like, obviously you're doing like the Locksport stuff this time around, so is that like your specialty? Or?
Yeah, that's what I do is Locksport on YouTube. So, and I also do I do Lock Explores. So yeah, I go around to abandoned and about to be demolished premises, and I check out the locks in situ, what their working life was, what their condition is now, the eras, because we're losing so much with demolition. Everything seems to be getting demolished and not redone these days. So trying to document as much lock history as possible while it's in situ before it all goes, and it also satisfies my interest in architecture and architectural history. I used to be a carpenter, and so I just combine the two. So with Locksport, we keep it legal, and if we do anything illegal ourselves, then that reflects on the community. So we don't use any covert methods or bypassing or picking or anything to get into any premises we access. If we get full access, like walk through a door or slip in through a window because it's open or the glass isn't there, then we'll do it. If it's boarded up, we won't touch boards, we won't break anything. We go in there just to document and film. So I have 2 channels I put it on when I come across places where all the doors are nicked and stuff and I've got no locks or anything, then I'll put it on my second channel, and if there's locks involved, I'll put it on both channels. So yeah.
So a bit of like urban exploring.
Yeah, it is urbex. It is urban exploring.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a lot of fun, and you just got to be safe. Just to remember that anything built from 1950 to middle of 1990s in Australia will contain asbestos. So just be safe when you do it, and know that ceilings can fall down any time, and you can fall through a floor at any time. So make sure you've got footwear, you've got a crash helmet of some sort, and you're wearing a mask. That's the main thing. And try not to disturb anything. Just go in there and document. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much.
It's a lot of fun. Yeah.
Brilliant. Love to check it out.
Yeah. Thanks for stopping by.
No worries.
Cheers. Enjoy the rest of the Besides. All right.
That's pretty cool.
All right. That's 3 interviews all at once. Let's rock and roll. Okay, we have the coffee. We're going to the Careers Village next. So shall we head to the Careers Village? Yeah?
Yeah.
So one of the things I saw in the book was there was a lecture on pathways into this sort of work. There was 2 different lectures that did that sort of stuff. So we want to get hold of those. I did an awesome in-depth with the FBI's curator. That was awesome. Like, it was full on, up close, detailed look at all the equipment. It was cool as. It's not an automatic door. Lucky I've got my automatic personal door opener. Thanks, mate.
You're welcome.
Stone and chalk. I guess it's in here. Hey, g'day, how's it going?
Yeah, good. How are you going?
You don't want me on camera? We'll do that way. Oh, there's music on in here. Oh. Can we shut the music down in here?
Oh, I can't. Yeah, it'll be turned off at 3
o'clock because we've got a panel session on at 3.
Yeah.
So come back at 3 o'clock.
Okay. All right, because I want to speak to the lecturer afterwards. Yeah, that'll be cool. All right. Thank you. So there's music on. So I have to go outside. So stay away from music. Yesterday, they didn't have music on. Today, they go, oh, let's have a look at this. What's this? We've spotted something. Got those cool little trophies here. Oh, very interesting. Right. Should be able to back into it. Because it opens this way. 40 dress. Yeah. Oh, we made it. Around the corner. Okay, so we will take a spot to sit for a bit. We might park you in the Locksport village and we'll sit outside it and have coffee. Give my hand a chance to relax a little bit. Crashing. Still crashing.
All about having the right tool for the right. Looking for one of these. Yeah. That one? I love the same one. Oh, the best.
Highly encourage you. Technically, to properly graduate from 42, you have to have done and it's okay to have skills, but then ultimately where you work.
So, top the theory. Top the theory. Yeah, of course. Yeah, grab a set. Grab a set of grab a case. So, use the yeah, you go to the top right. The top. Yep, up. Not all the way. So, we're going to go. Oh, yeah, that's stop the
We've got a bunch of people that are,
You get like a little LinkedIn, Oh, it's gone.
Someone stole your
Yeah,
lot?
it got disappeared into cutting switch. Bring your two bolt cutters. I heard some people saying like in some cases you're stealing from stairs, man. Like you can't get a lock.
It's got nothing to do with All right, lovely to meet you.
Thank you. There was a massive I was already late by then, but maybe more late.
I had it out all day yesterday. Alright, take care. Well, come back and sort it out, I guess.
I got one kid down, and every time I try to get another student, that will pop up.
Yeah, that's the counter rotation.
So they all pop up.
They're all gonna pop up as the counter rotation. No, that's why I say go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Keep on in the loop, and eventually it's set. By the way, so I can come back there. Enjoy every day. Sit up. How you doing, man?
All good? Okay, another go? Yeah, go for it. Probably the easier one.
What do you expect? What do you expect?
Oh, awesome. I loved it. It was great. It was so in depth. It was really cool. Yeah. It went really well. Did you, how do you think it went? Did you enjoy it? Doing it? The flow of it? How we did it?
Yeah, it felt like a very long thing, but you know, it probably was quicker than I imagined. But yeah, you're just very self-conscious of talking on something.
Yeah. But if you just, one of the things that makes it easy for me, like how to be able to talk on camera, because I have to do a lot of filming for Locksport, because everything I do is filmed and put on YouTube. So it's just.
So you'll upload that one later?
That was live.
Oh, okay.
What
So it's not recorded yet.
live.
Okay. All right.
Yep. And so that's already uploaded. That's already out there. And the one yesterday was uploaded as a video.
Okay.
Yep. And then from those comments I got yesterday, people were asking for more in depth. They wanted to see the equipment more, look at it more closely.
Locksport Club.
Oh yeah, that was one of the challenges I did as a Locksporter.
What's your YouTube channel called?
Pocket Women.
Pocket Women.
Yeah, Pocket Women used to be my business name.
Yep.
I used to do entertainment events, advocacy and activism, and Pocket Women was another way of saying volunteer, like women who put their hands in their pockets to make things happen in the community.
Okay.
And because, it was me doing it, but you don't do stuff in isolation, so I put the women on it, and then when I was watching YouTube, my nephew said, you should do locks on YouTube and stuff, and well, I don't know how to do it, and so he set me up, because I'm not techie orientated at all, and then he said, you got to have a name, Arnie, and I was like, well, it's, I'm cyberphobic, so let's already have the name that's already in the public, which was my business name, and
that's a good idea.
So I became Pocket Women Locksport, lock picking in Locksport. So that's why it's called that. But I have a second channel that documents my activism work and disability, and I do urban exploring and other stuff, and it documents that, and that's called Pocket Watch.
Okay, got it.
So it's like, pocket of society, watching what's going on, and then prepared to speak out about it and put it to video and send it off to the ether and whatever black comes your way. Yep. Because as an activist, you're a target. And I've been an activist for over 30 years. Yep. And a professional activist for 20-something years, 25 years.
Safety in crowds.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
But yeah, but as a organizer, coordinator, creator of events, and it's about awareness. Whatever the cause is, it's always about awareness, and visual stuff is awareness. I started before the internet, it took off, and you know. So,
Having a good time.
yeah, lockpicking's a lot of fun. Hang around for some of the talk.
Mitch, no. Probably try and get this one and then. Yeah, no worries, have a good one.
It was just there.
I wish
I just did one, 2, 3. You got that one faster. See, this is my you can just go 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, because you didn't make the plan out of order, right? Yeah, I use very light.
You were wrong there. This one was not easier. This will be a long one for you because I've been at this for ages.
Rake it. It's a muscle up. It's 4 pins. Rake it.
Yeah, alright. I want to see you rake it because you did it
Get
with
the
the
city
normal.
rake.
Go for
Where's
it.
the city rake?
He's got the rake there.
Oh, now the pressure's on.
Yeah, that's it.
God damn it.
On camera.
Yeah, no pressure.
Yeah. I was really thinking buying some free
The world's longest recording.
Yeah, is there anybody?
Okay, so start with scrubbing and then go to rock.
I don't think anyone.
So once you've set the
I
pin,
think that's stuff.
you've bound the core. So
I can't get this out.
Oh, you didn't.
you bound the core.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay.
Oh, there we go. What's position first?
No. So with the tension wrench, with your rake, go to scrubbing first. So you want this sort of an action.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then with your peaks, then you can go a bit of rocking for the last pins to set. Remember, there's only 4 pins. So do your scrubbing in and out. So you're bouncing those pins up. Yep, at a bit of speed. And you're doing gentle tension, so the tension will grab those pins as they bounce. So what you're doing is rocking, so you want to come in and out faster, in sort of a circular motion.
No, you do it.
No. No, not on the. I'm going to have a few minutes break, I reckon. Regroup myself. So, That's not this one.
Not the
Yeah,
master.
it's close to that.
You are correct.
I'm curious, is it even clickable? Let's find out.
I picked it earlier with a single one.
Yeah. I'll find it for you.
I'm not even going to bother to like, acknowledge it. It'll be 1 hour and 50 minutes. Just keep pushing it in and out and hopefully it works. That's all I know.
You got it? You didn't even say what
Nice open. Yeah, we got that on camera.
Oh,
Well
I'm
done.
so happy. Thank you. There we go. There we go. Oh, live in action. Now we try again. But yes, that's the proof.
Yep. Try those.
Oh, I don't know.
They're wafer locks, so you can rake them easily. So they don't have pins like a pin tumbler.
Yeah, I want to use a rake. I feel like that's like an easy way out.
Yeah,
you know?
you can single pin pick a wafer lock, yeah,
true.
but you've got to be gentle because the
That's
wafers
true.
are delicate.
That's right. That's right. Yep.
Just got an open live on camera.
On camera, live on camera. That was so easy. My God. Took me a long time to do it. Lots of practice. Okay, there we go. Now we can try it again.
Let's see if I truly mastered it.
Probably find you can rake it pretty easily.
Oh yeah, always. Right.
They don't want the easy way out.
The easy way out, which is why I don't want to be doing it. No, sure.
Yeah, that's the true words of someone who's got the picking bug.
Yeah, that's right. Which ones did you try?
Not many, to be honest.
Not many?
Tried a couple.
Yeah, yesterday I was at this for so long. It took me so long to practice, but I couldn't do it again. There was no way I could do it again, but this is the second time I'm doing it. So I think I'm pretty Yeah?
One took me 45 seconds, I reckon, first time.
That's nice.
Yeah. I should pick up when I do.
People,
Doing it on and off.
they told us stories yesterday. People who really like lockpicking, they have a kit and they lockpick whilst watching a movie. And I'm like, that's nice, that's really nice, but I can't do that.
Pocket woman here's been teaching me.
Yeah?
And sent me home with a case like this.
No way. I did it again. Okay, that means now I'm truly mastering
You
it.
did that fast too. You weren't even paying attention.
But I knew what I was doing though.
Remember hitting water?
No, I don't.
Ah.
Pretty much, it's the same thing that I do. The guy was teaching us that after you put it in, it's a very gentle tension, and you do each one very gently 4 times. Because if you do it too much, it
Overset them.
yeah, you overset. And I think that's what I did yesterday. So I wasn't able to do many. So I just did each one 4 times. I go back, and then I do the same thing. I come back forward. It just works.
So look for which lock, which pin's biting, and try and remember the order, and you'll get it even faster.
When you say which pin is biting, do you mean which one is not going?
Yeah. So as you go through, if you just touch the pins one by one, there's still one that's tight, and that's the binding pin. So if you remember the binding order, like I've got a practice lock at home, and it's literally one pin. Like it's one of those clear practice locks. It's so sloppy. You can pick one pin in it, and the lock will open.
No way.
It's terrible. Terrible security.
Did you find that dude we can interview?
No, I haven't yet. Would you suggest applying tension further out on the torsion bar?
With that is the thing is, the further along you put your fingers, the more tension you automatically put on. The closer you have the tension finger to the lock cord, the less tension you put on. So that's a good beginner's way of being able to realise heavy and light tension, whereas I usually find a happy medium and put it in the middle. And
Whereas I always apply tension a bit further out.
Yeah, because if you think of how do you get most leverage on things, you come further out from it and you...
More leverage, more torsion.
So, yeah.
But I also think as well that if you're getting counter rotation, you'll feel it further out, like it will amplify your finger more.
That's
so you have more control for the counter rotation.
Because if you do light tension while you've got your finger further out, so you've got control over your hand, you do get more feedback through the tension ring. Yeah.
Wait till you get one with security pins.
Counter rotation, that's fun. You'll get the bug down. Yeah.
I think if I should try it hard a lot. I did this like 2 times.
Alright, we're going to move on and we're going to do some interviews. We're going to head on down to the... Mark, you want to head on down to the Mark's place? Puppy! We got a puppy. Okay, doing live streaming for the event and spotted the puppy. Hello. How you going? Oh my God, we're right in. Okay. Yeah. You don't mind saying hello? How's it going? All right. Big cuddles. Hey. All right. All I said was hello, and they were mine. Hey, thanks for stopping, beautiful. Enjoy your walk. Oh, we're in Lena too. We're right in. Hey, beautiful. Okay. We're happy with that? He's happy? Thanks very much for stopping.
Thanks for being nice.
Puppies! You knew I couldn't resist. Now I'm going to have to fess up to Betty when I get home. I've patted a big old German Shepherd. So I've lost the stream a few times in there, and then it reconnected back. So experienced that. So I don't know if there's a hacker around stuffing with the internet. We are an event with hackers. Someone's going to try it on. Okay. Sounds like the music stopped. This is good. Oh, okay. Alright, so we're going to zoom past the music. Oh, that's us on the big screen. Woohoo! Ready? Oz hack.
Right, how you going? Good, man. My friend here's doing live streaming for the event. Would you be alright to interview for it? Yeah.
Awesome, I'll come in. First of all, we're going to interview the guy from ozhack.com. We're going to have a look at the equipment. So we might get my mate in on this interview because he'll actually know what this gentleman's talking about. Because you know me, I'm just a Locksporter. Okay. So, do you want to, so either side of me will be good because the microphone.
So you want to introduce yourself?
Yep, so come in close. So closer. Let's get cozy. You can project your voice into that microphone. You can project your voice into that microphone.
Yeah, so introduce yourself, man.
Hey, my name is Prashant. I run a cybersecurity services consulting company called Aspire2 and an online store called Ozhack, where we have all tools for hackers.
Yep. Man. So how long's Ozhack been going on?
Ozhack was started by one of my mates back in 2014, and then he decided he doesn't want to keep it running anymore, so he had closed it down. I started it back up last year in September.
Cool. Yeah, do you want to run us through some of your products that you've got here for sale?
Yeah, the most popular one is the Flipper Zero.
Yep.
Why is it popular?
It's very cute packaged device which can do a lot of different things at the same time, like reading access cards, being able to control all devices which use infrared for the remote, so televisions, air conditioners, projectors.
Sub-G, IR.
Yeah.
Got a little IR blaster here on the end.
Yeah.
Yeah. See his lovely clear case mod.
Nice.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
In the sub-gigahertz stuff on using this as well.
Yep. Sub-G's awesome.
Yeah.
Have
And
you
Bluetooth.
been into the cyber ops, the satellite guys, the RF guys?
No, not yet. Unfortunately, I've been stuck behind the table.
They've got all the flippers running.
Oh, nice.
So cooled out. Felt so cooled out when I walked in and mine popped up. I was like, shit. So yeah, what else you got here? You got all the alphas?
Here we have got the alpha adapters for wireless, so Wi-Fi 4, Wi-Fi 5, and even Wi-Fi 6.
Wow.
And then we have all of the great Scott gadgets, like the Hack RF, Lanta Pros. Yeah.
This is a beast, like the big brother of the Flipper Zero.
What did you call it?
Big brother of the Flipper Zero. This is a Hack RF1 porta pack, H2 porta pack.
And so by saying it's the big brother, what makes it the big brother of the zero?
Can you pull up the waterfall?
It's gone in DF here. Looks like someone messed up the firmware on this. Okay.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, it has been running on there. Might have to check what is wrong with that. But HackRF essentially can do stuff from 1 megahertz right up to 6 gigahertz. So it can pretty much do the majority of the spectrum there.
So cool.
As you can see, the entire spectrum goes from from kilohertz to 300 gigahertz, but majority of the stuff you can see here, it's up only until 6 gigahertz. So you can pretty much see all low frequency, medium frequency, high frequency, very high frequency, ultra high frequency stuff. Everything runs in.
So for example, the Flipper Zero basically does sub gigahertz.
Sub gigahertz.
Yeah, so it's do you know the lower limit on the Flipper Zero?
Actually, I have a document.
So on here, which is the frequency the zero's on?
So 300 to 928.
Yep. There you go, 300, 928.
It's still pretty useful because it can pretty much do majority of the devices like your garage doors, car locking systems.
So you can use something like this. This is the Wi-Fi dev board. So that'll allow you 2.4 and 5 point.
No, it only does.
Oh, it only does 2.4.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Oh, that's right, because it runs off the ESP32.
what does that get you into?
Sorry?
What does that get you into?
So this there is no Wi-Fi antennas built into Flipper Zero, so you can just use connect this from the top using the GPIO pins, and now it can use this to access Wi-Fi and be able to do Wi-Fi related stuff. So it can do scans and tell you all the different Wi-Fi networks which are currently there. It can send deauth packets, so you can mess around with someone, and a few other Wi-Fi attacks.
Basically, the Flipper's a great device for annoying people.
That looks like a lot of fun. And so I guess you just 3D print yourself a case.
Yeah.
And so that you can buy as a little kit from Aussie?
Yeah.
Or if you're really ballsy, you make your own. There's a lot of tutorials for them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the 3D print case files are there on the internet. Anybody can just take them and print a case for that. Yeah. We had some printed, unfortunately we ran out, but we have still some for the yardstick one, which is there.
What material is that?
Don't really remember. There are a few variants of that. We did one which is a slight transparent one, which is complete opaque black color.
You got it nice and clear.
Yeah.
Pretty plastic.
And this one is printed by one of my good mates, Terry Swan.
Oh yeah. Does he have a glass bed, does he?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't. Mine didn't come out that nice.
So what's that USB one do?
So that is yardstick one,
Yep.
or
Do
also
you want
called.
to just answer this guy's query?
Yeah, please. Yardstick one, or also called as yet another radio dongle.
Yep.
This can do all sub-gigahertz stuff again, but it uses RFCat, which is a library, and you can interact with it through Python and write your own scripts, either transmissions or receive data.
Yep. Cool.
Very handy.
What else have we got here? Did I see you've got a bad USB laying around the place?
Yes.
Yeah.
While you're at it, do you have any of those in
bad USB? Yes.
3 sales of bad USB. So that sounds like an interesting. So what's a bad USB?
So it depends what he's got.
Naughty?
Yeah, essentially. So from memory, the bad USB will pretend it is a human interface device. So it'll pretend it's a keyboard and start typing commands, something like a ducky script or something like that. So you can pretty much say if you've got the right script on there, it'll maybe load PowerShell. And then basically type in a bunch of commands and pull out your Wi-Fi passwords. Basically you can hijack your whole system.
That tiny little device.
Yeah, that's why most places now have basically you can't plug anything USB in that's not registered with the system. So, just looks like a regular USB.
Question, is there a box mode in there, box machine? So this device is your big daddy of the Flipper Zero.
What did he say? Oh, he's running Mayhem now.
Messed with it.
What is going on here?
Would you recommend if I was to go?
Having a case on it, comes with a white
Maybe he's running old firmware with it. What settings do we have here?
That's fine. So basically one of those
Oh, there you go. There's some signals on the waterfall.
So what's a waterfall?
So it's basically showing everything through different frequencies. So you can see it's like all these different frequencies here. That is a stream of data.
Oh, okay. So
Oh, like
the
a
Wi-Fi
signal.
that I'm using will come up on that?
What range has he got it set in? I can barely read that without my glasses. Looks like... I can't really read that. So 240 range.
So, as you can see, the guy is just being swamped at his table doing some stuff. So we'll just wait for it. So Byron will continue our interview. Nice catch.
Nearly had to buy it. They're not cheap either. Bad USB here. No, only the yardstick Proxmark.
T-shirt size? I think it's like double XL.
That would be a good start.
Legend. Oh, perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
What was
dude.
that t-shirt? Hacker?
Hacker, yeah.
Yeah. What did you say it's written?
What does that it says hacker in Hindi.
Oh, nice.
Do you sell the t-shirt? Yeah. Oh, you do? Ozak t-shirt is designed by one of my Hey buddy, also get the frame protectors? Oh, beautiful, beautiful. I wouldn't recommend not using it without screen protectors.
I've broken enough phones in my time to know that the screen protector is pretty important. Should be good.
That's alright.
Hopefully works out. He has to flash new firmware on it.
Yeah, and he got the SD card as well, so he can update it.
So what firmware are you running on your flipper?
So I'm running Extreme at the moment.
Yeah.
But I've been busy. Otherwise, I've been meaning to play around with the Momentum.
Yeah, me
firmware.
too, me too. What do you think of the new possibilities for Java?
Java, not sure.
Ah, so
Which one are you doing?
Extreme.
Ah, same one, yeah.
Yeah. It's not safe for work asset pack.
Yeah, I had the Pokemon one.
Nice.
With Pikachu. And then, for the stand, we have one with it shows Ozak.
Yeah, I saw that.
This one was created by, again, another friend called as Gekum, based in Brisbane.
Yep. Yeah, nice. Awesome, man. I do love that opening screen. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. This is also 3D printed by him.
Oh, yeah.
This is Ozak sign.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
I was just checking out your ley lines.
Oh, yeah, sorry. And he has got some different sequence every time. Sometimes it looks like it is broken.
Oh, yeah.
He had to intentionally do that.
That's pretty cool, man.
Yeah.
I think we've got another customer.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi, how's it going?
Good. Just had that lunch with some mates. It turns out they're all water quickly.
Oh, yeah.
Curious.
He doesn't want to start.
You won't get your car remote with it.
Because of the
roads, yeah. You get your garage door though, probably. Maybe. As long as it doesn't have rolling code.
Yeah, I don't actually have garage doors set it up. But I just like, because they're all like, oh, they're like having a play and they're like getting a bit of FOMO. So I don't know if I'd like use it for long enough, to be honest. But it seems cool. You hear about the stories like where there's like the pen testers are using it kind of like, probably more the Proxmark than the
Yeah, well, you can brute force RFID with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, probably. It's worth it, I don't know. They're all very amazing. I might have to do a bit more research, but apparently it's going to happen on kids' well. So, like it gets to the 90s.
I got two ideas for you. Ponegotchi kits and pre-built Ponegotchis. You would have sold heaps of them today, I reckon. Just maybe turn the deauthor off on it. Have you done the Ponegotchis before?
I haven't done.
Pretty cool. Super cute, man.
Yes.
Super cute.
Yeah, definitely.
Proxmark.
Yes.
Run through the Proxmarks.
So we have got the Proxmark, which is like the Swiss Army knife for anything related to RFID.
Yep.
And we also have got antennas for it. So this is got two antennas in it, medium and long range for low frequency extensions.
Yeah, right.
And we also have got the Blue Shark, which adds a Bluetooth capability to Proxmark, and it also has its own battery.
Oh, awesome. Awesome, that's awesome, man.
This is the version 4. I started using Proxmark, I think so it was Proxmark 2, where you had to manually connect all the cables. It just used to be a PCB, and it's come a long way. Very well supported and developed tool. Yeah, Iceman is really excellent at this stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I've only just got Proxmark myself, so I'm looking forward to playing with that. Like we were talking about with the NFC yesterday.
Yeah.
Probably should have mentioned that one on YouTube.
Lucky away from the microphone.
Have you played around with the standalone yet?
Standalone, not much. It's just work has been a bit hectic recently. And unfortunately, finding time for all these hobbies has been difficult.
So OzHack as a business is a hobby for you?
OzHack is a hobby in a sense that it is something which I'm keeping alive for the community. It's sort of my way of ensuring that all the tools are available to everyone whenever, as fast as they can get in Australia, instead of waiting for international shipping.
I got the...
And also sort of we are trying to create OzHack as a platform for a place where everyone's hobby projects can be put up and be made into something which is available for others instead of just solving their own problem in the garage.
Ah, yep.
So we get more tools created by Aussies.
Yeah, for sure.
I say like some of this gear, like you like to get this alpha, like this is a legendary Wi-Fi adapter because of the packet injection capabilities. It took me maybe 3 weeks to get mine sent over from the US. You can buy it off this gentleman here and have it within a few days. It's awesome.
You could have it today.
Yeah, today you can buy it right here, right now.
Yeah, this one is one of the oldest ones, which only does 2.4.
Yeah.
But we have got one which does 5 gigahertz one as well, which is AC, and Wi-Fi 6 one. So this one does 6E as well. The 6 gigahertz range as well.
And I've got the ACH as well.
Yeah.
Pain in the butt to set it up though.
And all of them are supported by Kali. By default, you have all the drivers and everything built in. So plug and play, and off you go with Kali.
Guys, I know a lot of people had issue with drivers on these ones. It's a bit more of a challenge to set up.
Initially, but afterwards it was quickly solved by the dev team.
Yeah. Oh, awesome. Might have to poke mine back in soon.
I just used this last week.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. It ran Evil Twin like that in 2 seconds.
Oh, awesome. So what are you running on your dev board? You just got Marauder?
Marauder, yeah.
That's like the go-to fun GUI.
Yes. Apart from that, we also have Great Fetch.
So this is actually one I don't know much about.
So Great Fetch essentially is like the peripheral device which you would use to connect to other devices. So it has got all the ports, JTAG, UART, I2C, and all that. This makes it easy for you to use this and connect to other devices and dump firmware or do other stuff. No, that's really cool. Some more firmware. And there's also its brother board on top called the Daffodil. And now there's a new tool also which Michael is working on called as I'm blanking on names now. Good. Syntheon.
Oh yeah.
Syntheon is to play with USB.
Ah.
Yeah. So we have got a pre-order set up for it. So once they start shipping out, Ozak will be one of the first ones to get it.
Oh, awesome.
So is Ozak based in Adelaide?
Sydney.
Sydney.
Yeah.
So you've come over for this event just to grace us with all these nice, cool toys.
Yeah. Drove from Sydney.
Oh, you did the road trip.
Yes.
Yeah, you don't want anyone bringing down the plane using. Yeah, stick to the land travel.
It's because I was carrying all these devices and going through airport security with this is not going to be.
It would be a nightmare, wouldn't it? Yeah. So, as of now, all these devices we've talked about are legal in Australia.
They are legal, yes.
I heard that overseas places like Canada are trying to ban things like Flipper Zero. Do you think that would happen here?
They tried to. The Canada one has been reversed.
Ah, it's been reversed?
Yes. I think it was just a politician doing dumb stuff like they always do.
Well, sending out a false narrative that it could open cars when it can't, you know,
Yes.
that sort of thing.
Yes.
Yeah. And yeah, everyone kicking up and saying, no, can't do that. You're spreading lies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's same thing, like we've recently had a lot of stabbing attacks in Australia, so we stopped selling knives. Should we make knives illegal? No.
Yeah.
It's people's how they use. It's a tool at the end of the day. How people use it is up to them.
Yeah. Awesome. Is there any other devices you want to tell us about that you are selling here today, or that Ozhack are involved in?
We also have got the Evil Crow.
Evil Crew?
Evil Crow.
Evil Crow?
Yeah.
Evil Crow. Doesn't look too evil. What's an Evil Crow?
Evil Crow, it can do similar stuff which you can do with Crazy Radio, which is mouse jacking.
I'm loving all the names of these things. Crazy Radio.
But Evil Crow then also supports sub-gigahertz stuff, so you can use it to open garage doors and stuff, and do a lot more funny stuff.
Fun stuff.
Yes.
It's all about having fun with devices and gaining entry safely, playing with your own stuff.
Yeah, testing your own devices.
Yeah. This is very cool. And if people want to get hold of Ozhack outside of BSides, how do they find you?
Ozhack.com is where all the stuff is available. Ozhack is also there on LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, Mastodon. What's the other one called? Blue Sky?
Oh, yeah, Blue Sky.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, available on all pretty much majority of the social media platforms. Or if you just yell anywhere in Sydney, I'm sure it will reach us.
Yeah, it will. Yeah. And what was your name again?
Prashant.
Prashant. It's been a pleasure talking to you and learning all about this computer stuff. We've just heard so much about these items. We've never actually spoken to anyone who knows more than the average person does on them, and who can actually add all these other things to it to make it bigger and better and more exciting to play with.
Yeah, no, definitely there's a lot of stuff to play with, but here at the conference there are a lot of other experts who know about these much more than I do.
Yeah, but they don't have them for sale. It's just you're making it, Ozhack is making it accessible to to Australians, and that's what it's about, accessibility. All right. Thank you very much, Prashant. Pleasure talking with you. Enjoy the rest of your festival. Yeah.
We interviewed someone who went to. I have somewhat forgotten what he looks like.
Yep. Okay.
Thought I saw him out front before, but.
All right. Might try and locate him. How'd you go with the locks?
Well, I stopped after I unlocked that one because I was very tired. Where is this thing?
Give up while you're ahead.
Stream?
Yep.
Yeah.
It is.
Where is it going to get posted?
It's already been posted. It's going live. YouTube.
On
Pocket,
YouTube?
Yeah.
Do we know?
Pocket Women in Locksport.
I wanna have a look at that. Definitely.
And you have to put Locksport after, otherwise you get every woman on the internet.
Oh, that's the one. Oh, that's nice. Okay, definitely I'm going to take a look at this. So how's it going over the 2 days?
It's been great. Yeah, I've learned something. I'm just a lock picker. I do Locksport. I do mechanical locks. I don't do anything computer. If I need anything computer, like learning how to use this new phone, I contact my mate right here and go, it won't do this.
Yeah, any issues with it? You contact someone else.
Someone who knows exactly. I'm not computer literate at all, as my YouTubers will know. I do no editing, no nothing. I'm a point and shoot and let's post it and hope it goes up. Something goes wrong, it's like contact my nephew or contact me mates. Yeah.
Makes sense. I know, I won't keep you. I'll let you go.
I grew up in the era when I was in year 10 when the computers were first came out. And all we could do was, all they got us to do was do coding and do word loops. It was before Windows. Before that, it was boring as it was boring.
What is this? Why would you use this?
I thought, what a useless thing. The computers can't talk to each other, can't do anything. What's the point of creating a word loop? It was like, this is boring. Let's just forget computer science and let's try and learn something a little bit more useful. So, you know, like, so that was year 10. I was, or what are you? 17 or something? No, 16 in year 10. Oh, it's true. All right, it was a fair while ago now, let's just say that. I'm 56 now, so that's,
long ride.
Yeah, 30 odd years ago. So, yeah, if I'd stuck to it, I would have been one of those, coding people. And, but, you know, when I used to work for places and their systems used to crash and we used to get a heap of people coming in and everyone had to shut down everything and they had to work through the night to bring the systems back up, but it was like, and, you know, the system was enclosed in an aircon room that took up the whole room. Yeah. And I thought, no, I'm glad I didn't get into that. It's just looked like too much of a hassle. But now, wow, it's a lot of fun. Like these flippers.
Everything's changed.
Yeah.
Something so late.
Make your own. Yeah, and plus they want it here and now, not later. Yeah, and if you're gonna have to make something yourself, then you've got to find the time to do it. And you've got to gather the materials, or you can just come to BSides and go to Aushack and go, I'll have that and that. Dead easy. Yeah. All right, let's.
Good question.
It's either Dave or let's get out there. Yeah.
Come back if I have fun.
Are you from Adelaide?
Sydney.
There's a lot of inner staters here.
So, I'm in the restaurant office. like to see what it is around here.
Yeah, what are we all about? Well, really, we're about these sort of events.
Yeah, pretty much that's my first question. Like, may as well go there, go around.
Where is that?
Okay.
London Mall.
And you take care. It was nice meeting you.
Right, a pleasure meeting you. Yeah, enjoy the rest of the day. Okay.
Take care.
Are you going to get something? No. Of course he's going to buy the t-shirt.
Where have you been?
Alright, we'll wait. He's going to buy the t-shirt. I'll grab you some stickers. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it only goes once.
Email or text?
Salvador! And their little beastie. So pretty cool shirt. So yesterday we spoke with them, which is AWSN, which is Connecting Supporting Women in...
Would you like a t-shirt?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah?
Are you
What t-shirt
offering?
size are you? Yes.
Oh, not sure. I think I'm a medium.
Medium?
Yeah, to allow for the chest bits. Awesome! I've called some swag. I've got merch. Goodie bag. Oh, just giving me two of them. Oh, that's so cool.
Here's the
Thank you
Aussie
very
t-shirt, and this one says hacker in Hindi.
Oh, awesome.
Unfortunately, I only have XL in that.
That's okay. Like that's my heritage. Indian's my heritage. Yeah, so very cool to have that. Thank you very much. Haha, too cool. We'll pop them in the bag on the way out. So this morning we spoke with. How's it going, Craig?
Really good. I've almost sold completely out.
So if you want a copy of the new release, only released here at BSides, it's a month away from official release. These are the books by Craig Ford. We've got Vulcan, which is the new release, and we've got Shadow. This is a series of books. You've got consistent characters throughout, and there's 5 books in this series. You will get a really good education, a real-time education on the hacking world and such from these books. Craig was and is a red teamer who writes from a first-person realistic point of view, and it's not into the stereotype of the hoodied, drug-taking kind of hacker. This is just an everyday person who knows their stuff. So check it out. You've got just a few books left here. Come and grab them while they're still here. Yeah, it did.
What did you buy?
So we shall pop the merch swag. We got merch into the bag. You're going to get to see inside my bag. Yeah, we're doing everything. Cables, everything. Check our battery charge. How are we going? Oh, we're on one slash. Alright, time to change the battery over. Pull out a new battery. But you never know what you're going to come across when you do an event, mobile sort of thing, loading. So it's best to bring everything, which is what we've got. And we're on.
I just played the game today.
Done. So I've brought cables, lots of batteries, 4-amp batteries, USB portables that are running the phone, power bank. Camera gear on my pick. And now we've got merch. Woohoo! And from there I'm connected to a portable Wi-Fi. Booster router thing, I don't know what it is. I just know it makes everything go. There we go. We're in. Alright, we are looking for a reorganiser. Ah, let's check out the food. Haha. Go over here. So if you are hungry at Besides, come on down and check out the food. We have Senior Taco. Feed me tacos, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Pretty good. We're doing the live stream. So we've come to this, check out the food section. We have tacos. Awesome. Tacos. With music, so we can't stand there for too long. We have to bolt. So we are at the Botanic Gardens stop on the tram line. And we are looking for the event organizer. We will head towards the suburbs. In that building there, I wonder. Let's go down and check it out. That's the Locksport village and the old time espionage stop. What's in there, part of Besides? Yes. I see Falcon the Combat Wombat. Aha! This is steampunk, cyber games, and governance, risk and compliance. GRC. Oh, let's check it out. Waving it open. We're no security. They were standing out here yesterday, so I'm wondering.
The next challenge, you've got to hack.
Yeah. Hack the RF as the next challenge. Yeah. Security has left their post. Yes, well, yeah, but you sort of encourage it when you say you can come in, and security will let you in, but where's the security? If there's no security, it's tempting. It says, don't ring the bell. It doesn't want you to ring the bell. So maybe we do old school stuff. How about we knock on the door?
Sliding doors are notoriously vulnerable.
They are.
Well, they've got two sliding doors, probably with a hook bolt. Yep, they've got a hook bolt. So you've got a sliding door with a hook bolt because they're notoriously vulnerable. And so you've got a little that comes over and latches up. They've only got a standard lockwood though, unfortunately, so it's not super secure.
507, and that is not a restricted keyway. It's
Right.
pretty wide open.
That's a
But
one.
we have the beautiful old lock.
Oh, they're classic. Absolutely classic.
I love it.
Big brass key for a university.
All right, it's stuck in there. So we'll have a look at that. 1930.
So we're expecting your physical security while we wait.
Okay, this is the steampunk game section. You get to build, engineer things. You get to do puzzles. You get to play the old style arcade games. You get to do board games, card games.
No, they reminded me, Oh, cool. What's the next today? Whoa. Yeah. In his garage, yeah. His garage? What's he doing? Oh, he made the file so that he always has his... What's the person that always has his phone right side up?
So what is happening over here is you have to play a game and then you have to do a computer component of that game as part of capture the flag. So in here also we have the retro computers. I think. Oh, it's not down there. It was in there. Okay, maybe the retro stuff was only here for the day. Because it's not in there now. Okay, we shall head to the other section. Where's the governance compliance?
I'm done. That's it. It's over.
Nope, that's not it. Okay. Well, let's go out there. So that okay, that's the lift. They've obviously packed up for today. They're not in there. They were down that way yesterday. So if you want to listen to that interview I did with governance and compliance people, check out yesterday's live stream. There's a whole series of interviews I did with the heads of the organisations that are in here. Okay, I think it's over here. Here we go. Governance and compliance. Besides Adelaide. Put on by Mercury.
I don't know yet, but I've heard there are markets. And there's markets, there's
You can have some treats.
so we'll do that. But yeah.
They have a cool t-shirt.
Enjoy.
Yeah. Well, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The partners.
Very nice.
Yeah,
Very
exactly.
tight,
Yeah,
so-
very tight. Very tight.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
We'll see you
All right.
soon.
Yeah. Say hi.
Will do. Will do.
Yeah. All
See
right.
you soon.
Yeah.
Bye. How are you?
G'day, doing okay. How you going?
Good, I'm good. It's a long day. How are you feeling?
Oh, yeah, feeling it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
feeling it.
enjoying it.
Yeah.
I was here yesterday.
Yes.
Doing the live stream.
Yes, you were.
And I spoke with your colleague.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to give us a brief outline of what Mercury is about?
Mercury is a cybersecurity company that offers a few different services. We run assurance services and GRC services. So I'm in the GRC team and I am new actually. I just graduated from university and was lucky enough for Niru to take me on board. My boss Niru, who you spoke to yesterday.
Yeah. Awesome.
I met her at the Australian Cybersecurity Summit last year in Canberra in June, and she was giving a live pen testing demonstration with my other colleague Sam on stage. And after I flicked her a message, I told her I was still a student. I was still a student at the time. I flicked her a message, said, "Hey, it's pretty cool what you did up there. If you ever need any hands around the office, I'm happy to take the trash out. I'm happy to email for you. I just want to shadow and I want to see what you guys do in the office, how things run. I want to start applying what I'm learning at uni, starting to apply it to,
to the job.
Yeah. I just want to start
Learning
learning as I'm going. And like I said, I was in my final year, so I think networking for students, very important before finishing your degree, because right now people are under the impression that you get a piece of paper at the end of your degree and that's just what's going to get you through.
Yeah, and then you use that piece of paper to get your work.
And, little do they know, you get out, if you can't talk to people, if you can't show that there's that passion there, if you don't know, if you don't go for what you're after and what you want, like you're just not gonna.
The person who does go for it, so prior to finishing your degree, will get the job.
Yeah. You really got to show what you like, that you want it, and you're willing to work hard for it, and that's where you get.
So Mercury took you on before you completed your degree?
No, I finished at the time. Neri said she'd try and find me something because she was very impressed with the fact that I put my hands up and said, look, I need some help to get my foot through the door.
And you have the passion?
And I've got the passion. And she said, let me see what I can do. At the time, they weren't hiring, and something came up that she thought I was a perfect fit for, and here I am today. And I started in February. So
that's awesome.
Yeah,
that's a really great pathway to getting a job in cybersecurity. You don't have to wait. That's great advice. You don't have to wait.
And I'm telling you, don't wait. Don't wait. Don't be scared to put yourself out there. If you see someone cool on LinkedIn, or if you see something cool on Instagram or something, why don't you direct message the person? Like add them on LinkedIn. Make that first move, because it's very, very difficult to get your foot through the door. And I know that from experience. But you really just got to can't be afraid of judgment, you can't be afraid. You will get turned down, but that's with any job. You could get turned down at any job, but you really got to start taking risks.
So the key to getting into cybersecurity would be physical networking.
100%.
That's what got you through the door.
Yep.
So go out.
Attending events like BSides, for instance. Joining, I know there are a few different, I'd say clubs, but they're more, I'd just say networking opportunities rather than a club. But there's the Australian Women in Security Network, there's the ACES International Network. There are a few different ones that you could just join as a member and go to those events, get your name around. Like if you start going to one or two of those events, those people that are there are going to be like, oh, I remember you came last time. Like, how are you going? How's your degree going? Or how's your cert going? What are you up to? You really just got to start networking as well as if you're studying. Okay, studying's fine, but I think as Nira was telling you yesterday, you can't teach someone to get their passion, if that makes sense.
You can't teach someone tenacity.
Yeah, exactly. You can teach
Foresight.
skills. Skills are fine. Skills are buildable. They're developed. You can develop those. But if you don't have the passion, if you don't have the want, if you don't have the desire, you can't really teach that stuff.
Yeah, because it's not about just, I'm doing a cybersecurity degree, I'll get a job in cybersecurity, and that'll be my life for the next 60 years.
Yeah.
And you've got no actual passion for the job, and plus you're not actually aware of all the other things that that job can bring, such as red team, purple team, blue team, all those other areas of expertise that you can add to your resume 100%. As you go along.
Because when prior to even starting my degree, I was under the impression cybersecurity is you've got a hoodie on, you're in your mum's basement, you're coding green stuff on your screen. That's all. I thought talking to people throughout uni as well as learning the degree as well, but like the units that I did, but talking to people, there's more to just hacking as well. You've got there's intelligence, there's the frameworks, there's GRC. I didn't even know what GRC was to begin with. I didn't know that there was this sort of I'm not going to say theory based, but there's more to it than just technical stuff. And I've never been technical. And I've always known I did not want to go into coding, hacking. I knew from the beginning I didn't want to do that, but I didn't know that there was this other side of things until I started going to these networking events. And I come from as I said, a security studies background, so I'm more focused on the national security side of things. So I bring sort of another point of view to what we do here at Mercury.
Another area of passion.
Yes.
Because the more staff you have with passion in different areas, the more they're going to thrive in those areas.
100%.
Can you tell us about these cards?
Threat modeling cards, they're a great point of conversation. It's not an actual deck of cards with the, when you play cards or poker and stuff. If you have a look here, we've got them here opened up. They're sort of like a process in which you go through for threat modeling, identifying threats and things. They're things to consider because people usually jump the gun, go straight towards, well, this is what's happening. Wait, if you just take a step back, you can sort of go through each individual step.
Break it down. And that's really what my boss Ed's all about as well, taking it back, make sure you think of every possible thing. Because not all attacks are malicious. No. I found out some of them are just, something's gone wrong in the system, or someone's pressed the button or just had a muck around and went, oops.
Yep.
And
exactly that.
And then you have to say to the boss, I've done an oops and I couldn't undo the oops. And then that's where someone such as yourselves would come in and go, yeah, this is what they did, and we're going to plug that hole now because we don't want anyone else to going,
and you don't want that hole. You want to patch it up. So they've been selling well, which is great. So
these cards are for sale?
Yes, they are. We're selling them for $20 here.
So these are like a training aid to help.
Sort of, yeah, but lots of professionals have been taking them just as like I said before, like something to go back and talk about with say with a client, or even in like like if you're in a boardroom and that.
But also it helps you have something physical to go, okay, let's just go through these cards one more time. We've got a situation, haven't found out what's going on. Let's just go through these cards and let's just break it down and work out what is the threat, as in threat modelling, hence the name of the card. So this is something unique to Mercury? You've developed these cards yourself?
I'm actually not sure. I think, I'm not sure how Ed came across these ones, but
Mercury's selling them.
Mercury's selling them, and they've drawn a lot of attention through, and we were also playing a threat modelling game, I'm not sure if Nira explained that yesterday, where we've got the model, the diagram over there, and people get to sort of open the cards and see what they're about, discuss it.
Break it down. Yeah.
Which was great, and it was good because some people, and again, it comes back to networking. You meet new people, you can join a new team and be like, well, I've got this side of it, or I've got this point of view, I'm coming from this background. Someone else could come from a technical background and be like, oh, I've got this sort of take on it. So, yeah, that activity's been pretty good with that.
And people have had a lot of fun?
Oh, yeah.
Working that out?
Yeah,
And,
I mean, it's a bit quiet now.
it's getting on.
Yeah.
Coming on 20 past 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, yeah. We had a lot of foot traffic today, which was good.
Yeah,
but,
and it was flat out yesterday.
Oh, 100%. But yeah, saw a lot of students today, which is really good to see. I'm very big on next gen. I feel like we've got a hole growing in our in the security industry in general. And as I was saying before, getting your foot through the door is one of the hardest things to do. But if you keep pushing and you get your foot through the door, I am so grateful to Niru for taking me on, because I know a lot of professionals sort of don't have the time, don't have the resources to train
newbies.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if you do take on someone new and you build that trust and loyalty, then you've got an employer-employee relationship for life then. And then you get to become a valuable asset to the organisation, and then you get to train the next gen.
Yeah, that's
coming through.
Yeah.
And as Nira was saying yesterday, based on their father's philosophy of doing business, is to gain the knowledge and pass it on. Share your wisdom.
Yeah.
And Mercury is also about encouraging women into security.
100%. She's very big on that. And to this day, she still tells me she says that she will know when she succeeded when I'm the one calling the shots and giving her a job, which is so funny to me. But
that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Thanks very much for the chat.
Thanks for stopping by again.
Yeah. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you.
How long are you open till?
We're
today?
here till 5 today.
Okay.
Till the very end. So please come past.
Yep, we'll do. Cheers. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
There you go. Governance and compliance.
We wiped it fresh today, and today we've been running it at a time when you can get right in 5 minutes instead of
Awesome. Press the button. Learned that from yesterday. G'day. We're going to head down towards the Careers Village. See who's in there, who we can chat to. Oh, that's right, they had music playing. Alright, so we will head and see if we can grab the organiser. Dave, where are you?
I actually never got there.
bag. That's what it's all about. Looks like they're all busy doing the computer stuff. So we will come back when they're available and check out what they're doing. It's a cyber challenge as part of the CTF challenge. Okay. Oop, someone's got a electrocomputing. Let's head in here. Now we had an extensive tour of this yesterday, so let's have another look today. G'day, how you going? So we're live streaming again today. So for those that missed out on yesterday's live stream, do you want to do another run through?
Sure.
Just need to
Give it a sound. G'day. So we've got a couple of old computers here. We've got an Amstrad CPC 464 with a tape deck built in. Got a Commodore 64 and a Acorn from the BBC, which actually merged into the ARM CPU. So they end up making the ARM CPUs that are in most modern mobile phones. So that's gone a long way. Got an Amiga 500 here. Same sort of era, 1985, successor of those other ones. Macintosh Plus, so they did a lot of desktop publishing and into schools for music as well. Got a Sinclair ZX81, now they're very early, they're sort of 1981, 82, so they're pretty cool. Got an Apple II, some KFC, but you probably skip past that. Got a BBC Master, which was made after the other Acorn you just saw. This is an Osborne, a luggable, so I think that weighs 11 kilos and got a couple of 5¼ inch floppy drives in it, so that's pretty cool. Got everyone having lunch because it's that sort of time of the day. Just skip past that. Got an Atari 2600 down the end. We've got a genuine IBM 5160 there, which in today's dollars would be worth $7,200. So,
right.
Yeah, quite pricey. A little compact there with the orange screen. That's got a plasma screen, a Pentium 2 233, so that's running Age of Empires 2. Got a laptop with a Pentium 3, so playing a bit of the old theme park world. Got a funky old tape jack, and then we've got a couple more computers at the back. So that little ZX81 you saw before, they sold those in America under the Timex brand. And there's a Dick Smith there, you can see. That's one of the first computers Dick Smith ever released. Commodore 64, they sold 17 million of those. got a genuine iMac, a GameCube, and an Xbox One. So only just scraping in on the retro there, but you know, pretty cool.
Yeah.
Over here we've got a replica of a machine from 1978. So basically you had to enter the code, you had to select the memory register, then you had to enter the input to every byte manually into that.
Wow.
And that was on display on the other street. And then this is the Micro-B, which is an Australian computer from the very early 80s. That's part of the Black Bag Challenge. You actually have to do some coding on this, so quite a few of them have succeeded on that.
That's why it's called micro, is because it's a smaller version of all the other big stuff.
Yeah, pretty much. It was like, you know, everything that was a home computer was called micro, I guess, like Microsoft and...
Oh, right,
Microsoft actually wrote a lot of the operating systems for these early computers in their early days. So the old Commodores, the Tandys, a lot of these computers actually ended up with code from Microsoft because they were pretty cheap. Did very good licensing deals. So yeah, a little bit of a fun fact there. Over here we've got some screenshots of our monthly meeting we hold every month, second Friday of the month at Unley Community Centre. So it starts from 5:30, so anyone's welcome to roll up.
And it's called Adelaide
Retro Computing Club, yep. We also have a swap meet on the 29th of June, so from Saturday morning, so 10 till 2, if you want to get into it and buy some old computers, get on down.
So if you've got an old computer and you want to bring it back to life.
Yeah, bring it down the club, and someone there, we can quite often, with some of these old ones, we can plug a cartridge in the back and it'll actually test the memory to see if it's still functional, or we can fire it up. Occasionally, I lost a computer today, a bit of smoke come out of it early on this morning, so yeah, unfortunate, but yeah, we'll replace the capacitor, so yeah, quite often a lot of these guys are pretty handy electrical engineers that'll get the thing up and running, so yeah, if you've got something sitting there, bring it down. Someone will try and get it working for you.
Because one thing I've noticed is people are wanting the older computers to be able to play games on them now.
Yeah, well, you're pretty lucky. A lot of these computers now you can buy devices off the internet that someone's designed that have got a compact flash card in it. That you can just copy all the games. That Commodore 64 over there's got like a little 2 gig card in it with 5,000 games on it that were ever made for it.
Oh wow!
So you can just sit there. And same with that Xbox over there. That's been hacked, so it's got a bigger hard drive in it. And it's basically got every Xbox game ever made loaded into it.
Oh
so
wow!
Yeah, so it's it had a bit of an upgrade. Same with the GameCube. You can buy. Instead of having to put discs in it and wear out the disk drive in it, you can basically buy a little module now that goes in the side with an SD card, and same deal. Pretty much every game available you can get onto it.
So this is why getting the old computers is becoming more popular, because you can just do a quick mod.
Yep, totally. You don't have to go and try and buy it, because some of these games are, sort of 40, 50, 150, depending on how rare they are. Some of them are fetching, crazy prices. So yeah, if you're going to try and keep a collection, you'd certainly go broke pretty quick, I'd suggest.
Yeah, awesome. All right, thanks very much for chatting to us.
No worries,
today.
anytime.
And,
thanks for having us here.
Yeah, it's been great having us here.
Hope all the other gigs have been as
yeah,
fulfilling.
Everyone is really enjoying the villages.
Awesome.
And yeah. So many of these I recognise. So many of these I've used through my lifetime.
Yeah.
And especially those laptops. And I've kept all mine. I have the original Toshiba laptop that came out, the brick.
Yeah.
And I've still got that. My dad, I end up with a lot of hand-me-down stuff. My dad, hand-me-down his old laptop, hand-me-down this.
Good to hang on to them.
And then every time I can't get into them anymore for whatever reason.
Well, we had a chat to one of the organisers. If we make it back next year, we're going to set up maybe a mini LAN party, so like 4 people can come in here and they can try and kill each other on some game.
Yeah.
So play some Doom or some Quake or Duke Nukem or something.
Yeah.
So hopefully we'll be back next year. And everyone can get in there and maybe have a bit of a competition or something.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
How's the other gigs going? All good?
Yeah, really good. It's not as busy as yesterday because it's not as much on. But we've got lectures beginning at 3 o'clock.
Right.
So we'll head over to them and have a listen to what they've got to say.
All right. Looking forward to seeing the video. So.
Thanks very much.
All right,
Cheers.
take it easy.
There you have it. Retro computing. grab the 4 wheels and we'll head on back in. Right, let's go that way out. Oh, there we go. There's an exit. Now, we are still looking for Dave. Oh, whoa, okay. This coconut matting, whoa, takes your wheels and doesn't let you steer. Okay, that's a bit dodgy. It just keeps wanting to turn me left. Okay, we're going past the music before we get any issues. Away we go. Cyber threat. Can I talk to you? Can I have an interview with you?
I'm just sort of tending the birds, so I'm not exactly very knowledgeable about this stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'll come back when.
Mona's the one running the birds.
Oh, yeah.
She's like,
Yeah, I
running
saw her
the
this
CTI
morning.
village. Yeah.
All right.
She'd be able to give you a bit more of an expert opinion on things.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. No worries. Thank you. So what they're doing here is they have to solder. You have to add a component or change a component or do something to the back of your entry tags, and then that gives you access to other areas. So this is part of capture the flag. So it's about some hands-on skills. You need hands-on skills. So being able to do red team is not all about red team, blue team is not all about being able to hack. Sometimes you're going to have to do physical security to get past physical security. Oh, that's the space sensor. Okay, so we shall go this way. Now, mate.
Yeah, you can take a photo.
So this is the registration, marketplace and merchandise. So what we might do is have a look at what's happening at 3 o'clock. Keeping track. That's what we want to have a look at. Okay. Let's ask him where that talk is. G'day. Can you tell me where this is located?
The talk is
Yeah.
It's in room, it's village 8.
Village 8.
So it's done the feeding. So but we are here. So you can go there. And there is a door and the security there. So and you can go into that door.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yep. Let's go that way. All right. We shall head that way. Like where the St. John's is. Ambulances parked. Go down that way.
Don't you go down?
Oh, okay. Okay. Yep.
security and they center one.
Okay.
And it's keep work and more than 200 meters.
Yep.
And then it's like a building, there's a nursing home, and then you can see people will come out through there. So
Okay.
before they'll
Yep.
go for presentation. So.
All right. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to head there. Change the battery. Power pack. Change over. Doesn't like that battery. Here, so not accepting. Alright, so what we might do is head to that area anyway and find out when we get down there what's going on with the batteries. Sorry. Oh, wait, excuse me. Where were you just standing? Because that's where I was directed to go down. You were just standing somewhere, and I was directed to go down where security was. Which entryway?
Oh, so you want to...
Yeah, I want number 8, which is down the back.
Oh, so you want at the security office?
No, building 8, the village 8. So they said it wasn't as far as the... They said it wasn't as far as the ambulance. They
So
said it was...
building 8, did you say?
Yeah, they said it wasn't as far as the, well, village 8, whatever that is. I said it wasn't as far as the ambulance, and you were just standing at one of these spaces, and I said, go down where security is.
So what are you after specifically there?
The next one on the talks, which is...
I live in the country, so this is just 2 days coming down here.
Yeah. No worries, because they pointed to the map. Some people are teaching lock picking. And then they...
You showed me the map about
It's a talk in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, so they said it was 8, which is there. So that's 5. So they said head down and not as far as...
so, north, yeah, so that's what it says there.
Frome Street was down that way. So is it on Frome Street?
No, they said you go past the nursing home.
Okay,
and then,
so what I would do, I'll cut through here.
yeah, they said the ambulance is too, I don't have to go down that far. So that's weird. Alright, we'll do it anyway because the map says go down that far, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And there's no entry through there, is there?
Not that I know, yeah.
Alright, we'll do. Thank you.
Down there, that's Tech Central and MG.
Alright.
So
Where's the nursing home?
I'm not sure. There's another security guard down there that might help you as well.
Alright.
A little bit further in, you'll see him in the high vis.
Alright, thanks.
You're welcome.
We're heading down here. So he's going to the talk on which one is
Really? What talk are you going to?
we're looking for this one that's on next.
Yeah, I'm not too sure of that.
And we're told it was in 8, which is there. So it's in that back building. So I'm wondering where that is.
That building.
Yeah.
Oh, 8?
Yeah.
So it looks like the main road. No, it's Form Road. This would be Form Road.
Yeah. They said it's through here and up the back edge.
I think it would probably be one of these buildings, I reckon. I don't know if it says here. Does it?
Let's see what's on. It's got the presentation, 3 o'clock. No, it doesn't have there at
But I
3 o'clock.
reckon you might find some luck maybe entering one of these buildings.
Yeah. Okay, I might ask up there rather than. Thank you very much. G'day, how you going? Got a question for you?
Yeah.
Getting a little bit disorientated. I'm after. Just focus on that. I want to get to that. And I was told it was in 8, which is.
That's the talk section, which I think is in the theatre, which is downstairs.
Of this building.
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. I had issues getting back up once I went down. In the
Yeah.
elevator couldn't get back up.
Guess you can get out the side door, but then you've got to go up the hill.
Yeah, well, can't do stairs, can't do hills. That's what elevators are for. But yeah, ended up having to get security to swipe
to
it
let
to
you back
me
up to the
up,
elevator. Okay.
So, okay. Alright, we'll head to that talk. That's what we're doing.
We're here downstairs.
There's this block on both ways. If it's a picky outside.
Okay. The stairs at what top?
See, like, you can only enter through the range to the other side.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to go down the left.
Do you want to come in?
And you'll see I'm going to go down the lift, so hopefully we don't get stuck in the lift. Yeah, but it only lets you go down, doesn't let you come back up.
Yeah, you have to come back in through that doorway.
Yeah. Alright, thank you.
We don't need a card, no?
No, but we do to get back up to this level,
yeah,
so I have to
that's
find
fine.
security to let me back out. But that's the fun of novel and redemption.
Yeah, of this area.
Yeah.
I think we need level 1, don't we?
We can't get up to level 1.
Is it this way?
Oh, yeah, here we are, yeah.
We've made it.
Some sort of sandbox. But yeah, I know that was a really quick run through of narrow analysis. I hope someone took something away from it at least. I'm not going to steal with it. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed it. So thanks for the time. Thanks for your attention.
We're going to park ourselves. We've got 5 minutes, 10 minutes before the next event. We're going to have a breather. Sort of. Oh well, it's warm in here. We're waiting here till the next lecture, and I'll tell you what the next lecture is all about. You just park your on the handlebars, so don't go taking off with my wheels. Find out what's going on with these boats. That flashing the light just means people get ready to come on in. The next lecture will start soon.
Our last speaker for the inaugural Besides Adelaide is Andrew Subject, Director at Team 3. Today he will be presenting on EFI group chains with a focus on supply security. Please welcome Andrew to the stage.
Hello everyone. As topic suggests, we're talking about EFI group chain security, and we'll have to start a good phase here. When I was asked to do this talk, I was not actually expecting only 30 minutes, so we will quick and we'll have time for questions at the end. Now, we start with a disclaimer. Obviously, no warranties applied. You're responsible for your own actions, and anything related to real world events is a pure coincidence. What's on agenda today? We will be talking about EFI, UEFI, unsurprisingly so. We'll talk about security. We'll touch base a little bit on TPMs and key encryption. We won't be talking about any trusted execution environments. So if you came here with the expectation to hear something about intelligence, etc., not going to happen. Now, why this particular topic? I think this illustration kind of sells the point. You can have NDR, XDR, I don't know, TDR, many other R's, but well-placed EFI rootkit funds them all. I don't know why. Now, brief history. What is EFI, where it started and why? Back in the 70s, life of a programmer was nasty, brutish and short. People were writing assembly code, 1 megabyte of RAM, CPU in real mode, no fun. Then they switched with C language in late 70s, and we've got Intel i360, for example, what we are using now for test mode. Then Intel, who was trying to sell their i10, realized that, okay, we can't quite continue with regular bias. Another more classical system they have invented EFI, which was later released as Piano, which became EDK, which became EDK later. And we are still using EDK, which is more than day. UEFI stands for Unified Extensible Firmware Interface, and is basically an API or an interface of some sort between hardware and software. And yes, most likely 9 out of 10 will come from EDK through code-based. How does it work? It's actually not complex at all, it's very well defined. 4 main stages. First one is security, then predefined initialization, then driver execution environment, and boot device selection. Boot device selection is basically a loop. From this loop, we can either launch an arbitrary EFI app, and I'll explain what EFI app is, or if such application calls aggregate service functions, we jump into the loader and we bring up the system. So security phase. Very limited, we don't have access to RAM at all. We can use only few caches, handles platform resets. So if you switch off, switch on again, you jump to the security phase, verifies firmware integrity, update CPU microcode, performs static root of trust measurement, not performs handles, and gives control further to the pre-EFI init. Pre-EFI init configures memory, caches, calls, pre-EFI modules, and handles control to DXC. DXC requires, of course, actually, need more attention here. 2 main components, core and dispatcher. Core is responsible for services, and dispatcher is responsible for drivers. Services can be either boot service, runtime service, or DXC service. And drivers are responsible for CPU, chipset, and the rest of the hardware. Why is this important? Because boot service and DXC service, they return, so they perform some work, they return some value, exit, done. However, if service is runtime, it persists during OS execution, which allows us to do certain things, of course. Also, regarding the drivers, if drivers has its module type SAS to the DXC runtime driver, it also persists during the OS runtime. Now, small lyrical digression so that we fully appreciate the scope of the thread. DXCs have access to this, DXCs have access to RAM, DXCs can read and write UEFI variables, including those in the NOR flash. So if you want to mount some denial of service attack, you just can rewrite that flash register until it fails. It doesn't take much time. They can talk to each other, and they have no address space randomization. It's top-down allocated. Quite simple. Then we go into VDS space, which brings up UEFI system table, console devices, and can load additional drivers. And a little bit about UEFI applications. I mentioned them more than once, so I actually probably tell what it is. It's a regular administrative app, similar to what you have on NT-based operating systems, which in the industry, with a special tag automatically unloaded on return, unless they call that specific function, have no access to interrupts except the timer, must be set to root, can't jump from one thread to another, so single threaded, and in shared address space. Reasonable question would be, okay, all this code that I just mentioned, EDK, etc., where does it come from? Unfortunately, it comes mostly from gang of three. So it will be either AMI, Phoenix, or Inside. If you have a personal computer, and many of you do, I believe, you have code from one of these three companies. The latest distributed to ODMs like Compal, Monta, etc., and those distributed to brands like Lenovo, HP, Acer, Asus, and whatnot. Why is this important? Well, let's look at public cases. What has happened in the past? What we can learn from it? What we have seen? We have seen luxurious, all-inclusive, five-star vendors. We've seen compromised border in ESP, we've seen SLM exploits, everything. And the last one, by the way, is not an exploit, sorry. The last one was brought to us by a reputable vendor who shall remain unnamed, by the way. The same vendor that brought us Lenovo Hidden Setting. We've seen ESP payloads, those that reside on the ESP partition of your hard disk or probably flash storage these days. We've seen attacks on system management mode and various ways how we can engage the mode via SMI code, we interrupt, including jump from link 0 to -2. -2, by the way, is SMM. We've seen, of course, arbitrary code execution via overflows. We've seen SMM callouts and privilege escalations using different fun jumps. And we've seen vulnerabilities in drivers, unsurprisingly so. Again, sometimes via various overflows, sometimes via out-of-bound reads, and sometimes unnamed but very reputable vendors include this functionality by design. So you don't really need to invent something, you just need to create a dump of your firmware, look this carefully, and if you see something that looks suspicious, like for example Lenovo setup under OS SMM, you can try calling it and see what it is. Here's an example. So previous talk was about malware analysis. And speaker, is he still with us? Are you still with us? No, he's gone. A smart choice, by the way. Was using VirtualBox on his laptop, which he has mentioned is a little bit old. So something that might be not quite up to date. Let's say we have created this little contraption and we call it security for now. So we have hardware, we have type 1 hypervisor operating system, we have type 2 hypervisor operating system, and we have the small bit of information inside. Can be sensitive information, can be a malware that you're analyzing, but looks secure, right? Unfortunately, that hardware has to run on something. And probably it's AMI actor. That AMI actor being compliant with hybrid version 2.5 of the spec, which is at least 5 years old at this stage, can be DNS, can be HTTP, can be TLS, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, etc. HTTP can be BSides, which is oftentimes used on firewalls, etc. And sometimes the whole stack is available. Another example. Let's take compliance motherboard, and this one actually houses NIST compliance on its packaging, so it's very secure, very anti-virus. And that's what's actually inside. We have 32 megabytes capsule, which upon parsing reveals 5 distinct areas. So we have discreter, we have gigabyte Ethernet readout, we have management engine, and we have the largest 1 byte. But between them, there is 1.7 megabytes of empty space. What can we squeeze in 1.7 megabytes? Essentially quite a lot. We can use the whole MicroPython there, including the BSC libraries, etc., and still have more than 100 kilobytes left for all the valuable payloads. The platform you see on the screen was actually explicitly managed, mentioned, was explicitly mentioned in one of the CDs that you've seen on the screen previously, and this one is an expensive hardware, by the way. From their marketing brochure, that's verbatim quote, your role in the fast-changing security landscape is to protect confidential information and keep infrastructure secure. Thank you very much. On the right is their public disclosure with all the vulnerabilities and no fixes available. But let's look at less expensive hardware, something that many of us might have at home. Motherboards which can belong to so-called gaming headquarters or whatnot. They have this helpful button these days which says flat files. The idea is the same. If you're purchasing a motherboard and Intel or AMD release new CPUs almost annually, your motherboard might not be quite comfortable. So what do? You put a device on the USB stick, you plug it in, you press the button, whether you need CPU or any other devices attached, you press the button, it's like a small flasher built in, you flash it. What can possibly go wrong with this, right? Well, it turns out something can go wrong because many of those have backup mechanisms where they save old old virus firmware on USB stick prior to writing a new one. So if you want to extract the property image of someone's inaugural, all you have to do is to approach their hardware, plug USB stick, press the button, count number of seconds that you know, remove it, walk away, done. And try it at home if you don't do it. Now, a little bit of self-reflection time. So far, I have painted for the rest of the dark and gloomy picture of the world. We have weaknesses, we develop countermeasures, we increase the code base, we use more powerful hardware, which creates more exploitation opportunities. I showed it to my friend yesterday to ask for him what he thinks about presentation. He looked at it and he smiled. He said, well, that's my employment opportunity. Not so bad. It brings the question, is there hope in this change, right? Well, yes, there is. And the hope is called secure boot. Secure boot is not hard, and if you've heard otherwise than part of people, it's a mechanism to make sure the platform runs what we think about. We start with a single platform, what you see on the left, which signs key exchange keys, which you see in the middle. And those key exchange keys in turn sign either databases or ISKs. And on the right, you can have databases of hashes that are specifically not allowed to execute. But they're optional. Let's look at the regular setup of Unix systems these days. So we have GPT layout, we have Lux encryption, and we have two small partitions, boot and boot/. Boot AFI contains shim. Anyone knows what shim is? Come on. All right. So most of the, probably majority of computers these days, they would come with Microsoft certificates preloaded. But some of those nasty people who don't want to run Windows for some reason, they still want to use secure boot. And there is a conflict. Microsoft puts pressure, okay, run our stuff only, but certain, maybe small vocal minority of user base says, hold on, I don't want to run only Windows, I want to have some freedoms and control over my hardware. There is a compromise. Company or rather say organization can submit a binary to Microsoft to have it signed by their certificate. There are some rules regarding that, what has to be disclosed, what can or cannot do, but possible. Number of signed sheets existing as well. Unfortunately, there are a few problems around those. As we have seen historically, we've seen out of boundaries, we have seen remote code execution, we've seen overflows and full secure boot bypassing field. Also, there is everyone's favorite supply chain attack. Let's look at one of the examples. And I kindly ask you to pay attention to the dates in the left column. So all of that has happened not during 1 or 2 months. From 2017 to 2020, 3 years. So in 2017, UK Office of Kaspersky got their machine signed by DigiCert. In 18, they have tried to submit it to RASCAT, but were rejected. In 19, there were exploitations in the wild, and there was public disclosure that apparently Kaspersky rescue is used to bypass secure boot, and it will happily load anything, not just Kaspersky bundles. In 2020, Microsoft attempted to ban it, and C was assigned. 4 days later, that update was revoked because it turned out that it breaks certain HP platforms. And finally, in July, year 5, Forum adds that hash to a global relocation list. So what has happened in essence? Microsoft root signed DigiCert root, again of technology, which subsequently Kaspersky Lab, which later passed to Kaspersky office in Moscow, Russia, which created the somewhat famous rescue list 18. 3 years of secure boot bypass in the wild. There is another problem, however. If you trust someone to manage your certificates, they better do this job well. This is a fully updated system from another reputable vendor who shall remain, but you can probably guess who that. Latest firmware, fully updated Windows. Everything was done in March this year. So let's look at what is that. We can see a number of keys. We can see platform key, which expiring 31, which looks all right. We have exchange key of the vendor, which expired in 2018 and wasn't updated since then. And we have 2 Microsoft keys, which are going to expire in 2026. And if there are people in the audience who are tasked with managing enterprise systems, I can tell you, July 2026, you are going to have some fun. Because you have systems which can't be updated without manual intervention. Not all of them, but some of them. So yeah, mark the date in your calendar, seriously. End of July 2026, good luck. Now, before we go any further, I want you to consider one question. What exactly our adversary will be targeting? Will they be targeting technology, or will they be targeting human factors? Because if we think about building up a system with this encryption and authentication and so on, at some point there is an interaction happening. Someone has to type the password. Just keep the question in the back of your mind. So our micro threat model, just for the purpose of this talk, what do we want to defend against? We want to defend against someone tampering with our devices, all kinds of flash storage, and maybe HDD, if we have it, that we can't detect if we can't detect it, or we. And someone else controlling our boot chain due to the reason described earlier. Our desirable focus is to keep it simple. Simple is good, I like simple. And have it convenient, because I'm personally lazy, I don't want to type anything ideally. How do we do this? Now, instead of firing up quick menu and showing the virtual machine, we have limited amount of time, so I'll walk you through the process. And if you literally want an answerable playbook or command, just shoot me an email afterwards. So we install system debug, which we need, a couple of other binaries. We create keys, our own platform key, key exchange key, and ISK. We bundle third-party certificates. That's one of the methods how we can do it. We can look at a system that is running, gets hashes out of the TPM log, and use convenient tool as we control to provision them automatically. As you can probably guess from the last flag, it's not the safest method of doing it, but the most convenient one. We can load them to ESL because of reasons. Then we need to ask ourselves if we trust Microsoft. If we do it, add their certificates to bundle, or if we have hardware that has OPROMs that can be brought up only with Microsoft Search. So it has, for example, NVIDIA GPU. It has small bit of, let's say, software on board called OPROM. Won't do unless you have Microsoft Search, unfortunately, or you can sign that separately. So, we got, yes. Say, OEM certificates can concatenate them in a single ESL, sign ESLs, and enable secure boot setup mode. What is setup mode? It's basically, imagine a lock, it's locked, it's in provision mode. Lock unlock, it's in setup mode. There are two ways of doing it. One is the UEFI interface. Second one is just by wiping all the variables. UEFI spec says that if all variables are wiped out, it must enter UEFI setup mode, security setup mode. Unfortunately, there are systems, I've seen some of those more, I had one of those, where performance is actually we just break it, and it won't do it at all. So, due to the convenient interface also. Then we install keys, that is legal exercise, and we read EFI variables afterwards just to make sure that we have provision for the install provision. Then temporarily, we need to sign shim, so we can boot one. And we create a UTI hook. What is UTI hook? In this unified kernel image, our initial goal was to create single bundle of everything so that we are not managing 5 different signed bits. We have one that contains everything. So we use object copy to add manually sections that we need, and we create a hook so that every time we run apt update or apt upgrade, we install the kernel, we re-sign it automatically. Remember, I'm lazy, I don't like manual action. And then we update it into runtime. After that, we just have to check that we did what is expected, that we measure in TPM our kernel image and command line. We remove grub. So after this point, we don't need grub bootloader at all. We just run directly that we have stuff. We remove system DB trackers, again, unnecessary. We verify that all we have is our single UTI bundle there. And probably at this stage, I shall mention a little bit about TPM. So I won't be going into depth of what TPM is and what packages is going. We measure certain good components into TPM PCIs. PCI stands for Platform Configuration Register. Think about it as a bit of a hash which can concatenate with previous bit of a hash that was in a blockchain. Blockchain, but in economy mode. Some smart people in the audience might say, like, hold on a second, I've heard this before, so well-known attacks, I can just tap an interpose and listen on the wire, get your BitLocker decryption key or whatnot. Well, can't speak about BitLocker, I don't work for Microsoft, but in Linux kernel version 6.10, there is already a submission to fix this vulnerability by using proper sessions with hash-based authentication code. So by listening on the wire, you won't be able to do this single session. Now, we have achieved minimization, now we need to achieve convenience. For convenience, I propose to use clouds because everyone else is using it. Yes, good rationale, right? Everyone else is using it, quite well tested. You can combine different unlocked methods. For sake of simplicity, we'll be using just TPM. we install Clavis, we read our TPM PCRs just to make sure that they return no zeros. There is a chance that they return zeros, and you can then, sign these zeros, which is not quite secure. If they return what looks random, then we are good to go. After reboot, we confirm that Clavis was able to unlock the disk, and if it was able to unlock the disk, then you can just remove your manual password or keep it as a backup. It's totally up to you. After that, we're all done. We have achieved our process, have a single binary user system. We have Clavis that performs automatic unlock of full disk encryption. And if someone tampered with our firmware, unlock won't happen. So you'll be presented with just LinkedIn and password prompt. That is it. 32 minutes. Do we have some questions? Yeah, okay.
My question is, where can we learn more?
Where can we learn? People, internet, everything. But jokes aside, okay, I can't say, on a serious note, read the BSides spec, it's well documented, EDK repository, TPM spec, again, quite well documented. Red Hat blog is a good place in general. Red Hat is communicating a lot of Clavis these days, so it's important. If you can narrow down your question, I can probably answer it with more specific.
Just a question. In the handset world, like mobile phones, we wonder bugs are very commonly used to get code execution in the boot chain, but in the sort of the desktop world, like there's a million bugs with Raven, EDK2 and so forth. So there's very few public write-ups about getting code execution. But one of the other ones I think of in recent times is Quarks Labs, RCE that they did a blog post on for EDK2, which was amazing work. Do you see that there's is there much public products about getting code execution in sort of the desktop boot chain publicly?
There are plenty of public write-ups. Again, Google is your best friend. Some people mentioned down there at the bottom, they have contributed a lot to that research, like Mr. Zablowski, P3, Alexa, Crash, Code Rush separator. Just Google the nicknames, read what they've done before. There's plenty of information. And again, you can email me if you want to, I'm happy to share.
So in the works, say, alternative to sort of a piano core or EDK2, where a Kotlin is basically replaced entirely the UEFI from a capsule with like Linux kernel that can KCPL, and it provides a very strong UEFI implementation. What do you think about Linux and sort of this implementation?
Sorry, I was not quite able to hear the question, but we've effectively replaced. Yeah, we are using that single UEFI binary here. What you said regarding piano core story wasn't quite following because there is no piano anymore. These days, piano is just reference to the convenience. So if you might want to know how to work here, and I'll ask this question again so that I can hear you.
It's just slightly out of scope, but with regards to EDK2 and the firmware capsule, there is a project called Linux Boot, which basically replaces all the entire UEFI sort of firmware with a Linux kernel, and then provides like minimal interfaces to UEFI. What do you think about that approach in terms of boot chain security?
I don't see it being practical at all. Moreover, I'm not quite certain how that would even work. Dare I say, it's probably impossible. You can't just replace a whole UEFI stack with Linux kernel. With all this, if you probably read the message output. At least what we type the message output. let me, so, let's say we have, let's say we have a terminal. So we have booklog of Linux kernel. If we go to the top, and actually, sorry, that's not the top. The system has been out for no, okay, here's a small problem. The system was up for 15 days. And yeah, I don't have the beginning of the log. But if you look at the beginning of the log, it's not like you have a code to bring up hardware, or not hardware you can bring up. So I'm not in your universe. In my universe, you can't just have Linux kernel magically executed on C. That's worse way.
Does the kernel need the UFI stack to talk to the hardware? Isn't that so?
Well, operating system needs a bootloader of some sort.
Yeah.
Before we go to user land, and yes, before we have bootloader, we need to have some way to read that. Previously, that would be by, so you interface to that. These days we have UFI interface, correct?
Apologies in advance, I'm not as well versed in this area as you.
Oh, don't worry, I'm not. Those guys have that. Hold on, where's my presentation? Those guys at the bottom, they're well versed.
Yeah, absolutely. But I want to get your feeling for, you mentioned logo foul before, and kind of what are your thoughts around the attack surface for those kind of image processing engines for the bootloader essentially?
Well, image, in case that particular series that you mentioned, image is irrelevant. The problem was that user was able to supply a binary which was parsed with some strong assumptions. The lesson is very simple. Don't make strong assumptions about something that user gives you. They might give you not what you expect. So if you think that there definitely will be some PNG headers, there might not be PNG headers. PNG parsing like in that series is one of them. If you expect that user will stop giving you data after certain thresholds, it won't give you 50 megabytes instead of 5. That's a strong assumption.
Yeah, so for that, do you see more kind of attack surfaces from that possibly in the future? Being probably difficult to get updated on operating systems and how that would impact, I guess, from a practicality standpoint of using userland kind of executables or binaries, whatever it may be, to actually pull that sort of surface to the system and whatnot when operating.
Okay, well, we're talking about userland. I hope that we'll switch to memory safe languages. But I'm biased in this case. I like Rust.
Any more questions?
Kind of off the topic a little bit, but I know in Windows land, like if you got a bit lucky, you got previous and BitLocker, things like that.
Say again.
So I know in Windows land, when you've got BitLocker, you've got pre-boot pins to help defend against cold boot attacks, things like that. Are cold boot attacks as much of a problem on Linux? Is that something that, I know that's not really good security at all, but in terms of bypassing Lux, is that something you're familiar with?
So, operating system here is completely irrelevant. We have seen very successful attacks on BitLocker with, again, simple tap into an interposer. We have logic analyzer. You tap a particular point on the PCB, where you can read facts coming from TPM, you recover your BitLocker key. It has happened in the past more than once. In fact, it's happening so often that it's not fun. So operating system is irrelevant. Anything else? We're free to.
Oh, so on the left side, you reckon this change where they've got a HVAC for the CPM communication, that's what fix it?
In 6-point stands, that should be mitigated, because we are establishing proper session instead of just, here you go, my friend, here's the decryption. Oh. No, we're back. So I hope it was educational to an extent, and maybe a little bit entertaining. If you have any further questions, my email is right there. Feel free to reach out.
There you have it. That was fascinating.
So that marks the end. So that marks the end of the presentation here at the Adelaide Besides Talks Village. I would like to extend our sincere gratitude to each and every one of you for attending our presentations and talks. I'd also like to say a massive thank you to all our wonderful speakers. Your presence not only enriched the event, but also contributed to its success. We appreciate everyone's time, attention, and engagement throughout our sessions. And on behalf of Adelaide Besides, I'd like to say thank you for your valuable support and participation.
These are the major sponsors for the Besides Adelaide. These are also the people you hit up for jobs. All right, we're going to head on through the village and continue on. Yes, awesome. We're live streaming, through the whole venue, village, whatever it's called, conference, unconference. Yeah, and we're live streaming on YouTube as well.
How many points?
Let's see if we can get out.
Yeah, I've got to do that. I've got to plug it in and do the thing. Yeah, the DVM thing. Yeah. Yeah, really nice. Yeah, that's it. Right now, yeah, just a second and it's finished. Yeah. I have to let all the colors take it.
I hope this
Come back one.
Okay, that's the lift. We'll need security to listen. On security.
Yeah, I could do that as a job. There.
No, that's stressful actually. I was so stressed doing it.
Oh, really? G'day, could you give us access to the first floor to exit the premises, please?
I just feel stuff, so I'll be I just lost my ticket. You just see something. I just lost it.
Oh, we're on the first floor. The next one up.
Next one up.
Yeah, whatever that. Is that level 2, is it? Because I thought this was ground.
This is ground, or basement.
Yeah.
Ground floor, yeah.
So it says level 1 up there. It's a little bit confusing.
You don't have to swipe in. If you can't.
Yeah, no, you can't. It wouldn't press. It doesn't go. It doesn't light up. You have to swipe in. See, you just sit here. I've been through this already today, and we don't go anywhere. We go nowhere. You have to swipe it.
What did she do last time?
Swiped it.
Sorry?
She swiped it in here. There's the RFI there. She swiped there, and then we went up.
Oh, there it is.
So I think she that press 1. No, it's happening. Ah. Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
And enjoy the rest of your day. Right, it is 20 to 4. I'm going to have to park it somewhere. I need to move my car.
Yeah, no. So it's just the way the watches, the smartwatches hold, they can bypass. It's still on. Even it switches up. Yeah. Whoa, look at the hole. Sorry. No, it's good.
Why don't you forget about us?
Just fine.
I've got something going on with the charging thing.
What's happening with it?
It's not accepting my fast chargers. So I had to switch to this. I was down to 14%.
That's a nice little use of
yeah, modified and adapt, as you do. So plugged into here.
I saw a guy on Marketplace selling soldering irons with those batteries that have been modified.
All right, okay.
Oh, really? Yeah, my TS101 runs off of battery pack.
Yeah.
Cool.
See, it doesn't come up that it's charging. And I used...
There we go. Alright, let's try it now.
I've been through two of them, so this was...
It's charging now?
I didn't see it. So it's a brand new battery that I used this morning. And then I went to change batteries to this one, and it came up, check your charger. We're doing funky stuff. Oh, now we're working.
Relatively warm.
All right.
So where do you sort of pick most of your stuff up from? Is there a specific website you go to?
sort of something like YouTube too. Yeah.
But Mark, I've got to go and move my car.
Yep.
So I'm going to park the stream probably in Locksport.
Yep.
And I shall be back.
What do you mean, car?
Yeah, if you want to. You can hang around in Locksport and have a bit of a play. Yep. So were you in on that lecture then?
Yeah, I was.
Because I had the opportunity to film it.
Malware one?
That one that was just on at 3 o'clock. The one.
Malware one.
Was that malware, was it? Yeah.
That's really basic, actually.
Ah, okay. All right.
Then we'll run it through Wireshark and do it.
No, that wasn't that lecture.
Oh, yeah, different one.
Yeah, I did the one that you suggested. I did. Yeah, I know, that's why I filmed it.
God damn it.
Because you didn't come and sit next to me, I thought, he's missed it.
Have
The
you got a
one.
YouTube channel or you did the BIOS one.
Yeah, but it's all on film, mate.
Yeah.
I filmed it for you. It's the only lecture I filmed. Yeah. Bonuses to know on the YouTube streamer, hey mate. All right.
Nice chatting to you, mate.
So yeah, I filmed it for you.
Awesome.
That's
Awesome. Thank you very much. Is that
yeah,
a break?
No breaks. Whoa, you let it.
It should have a break.
Yeah, it should have, but it doesn't. Yeah, the brakes died in the first 2 weeks of using this thing. So I was using the brakes to turn left and right, and they worked real quick. And I ended up with no brakes. And I can't figure out how to change them over to something useful. There's no way to pull them out and stuff without disassembling the whole wheel.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's pretty crap.
Why is that stuff in there and not on the stopper?
Exactly.
That's the
Yep.
really funny part.
And you can't do the usual modify and adapt because I've done all that.
Yeah, right. I can
And
fix it.
so, yep.
Definitely fix it.
All right, that'll be good. Having brakes again would be good because, 2 years, 3 years has been a little bit airy. But, scootering along on this at speed down a hill, it'd be good to have brakes.
It's not even pulling the cable though.
No.
There's no travel
There's
on
nothing.
the handle.
There's nothing. We got no brakes. Well, it's gotten chilly again. Every time I come out of a building, it's really chilly.
I'm considering putting more t-shirts on. I'm already wearing two.
Yeah. Do you want to chuck them in the bag?
Well, where's one?
How cool was it for the old hat? Did he give me some swag?
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Cool. Hey, lovely guy.
Yeah.
Really lovely guy.
It's been a fabulous opportunity to network.
Oh yeah. You've got some followers too.
Ah.
Seen the people sub.
Oh really?
Yeah. That chick that we were talking to at the back there, she subbed you.
Yeah. The one that I filmed lockpicking and she got a lock open on camera.
Yeah.
Rocking the shirts.
It's getting tight though. Breathe on.
Oh, that was the Locksport village. So that Locksport village looked like it was all bumped out. It was, wasn't it? It's
Yeah.
done.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. All right. So we've got Marketplace. We'll park here. I think it goes to 5.
5 or 5:30 today.
So
I think it was only 4:30 yesterday.
I think it was late. It was 5 yesterday, I think. I'm not sure. Still haven't come across. Oh, they're all bumping out. All right. So we might call this the end of the street. Oh, that's. Oh, we're in the telly.
We'll have to catch up with Dave or Josh.
Yeah.
With the Nighthawk.
Yeah, for our final interview. It'd be good to talk to the organiser. No, Dave had some mulgrubs, I think. I'm not sure. Let's find out who they are.
But I think you can do it.
That's the Tuckos. They got music playing, so we can't go there. So.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hello, how's it going?
Yeah, good, thanks. How are you?
All right, you wouldn't have to know who Dave is, would you?
Dave?
Yeah.
But probably me, Dave Umrah.
Your Dave?
Yeah.
I've passed you so many times today and gone, no, I don't think that's Dave. Yeah, that's the issue of not being able to recognise faces.
Yeah.
That's a little autistic thing, apparently. Right, okay, Dave, the organiser of
I'll let you
Besides.
have your interview. I'll be around.
I come see you, mate.
Okay, time for an interview, mate.
Okay,
All right,
sure.
let's get out of the section where there's a bit of breeze.
Yeah, sure.
And,
I
park ourselves.
probably only have a couple of minutes because
That's okay, because I've got 8 minutes before I have to move the car.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, and then we'll
All
probably
right,
end the
we're
stream
doing
there.
okay?
Just so that we don't have any breeze on the microphones. I think we're okay here for the minute until
Yeah,
the
sure.
breeze kicks up.
Let's go.
So what I'll do is get you to stand on my left.
Yep.
Because I've got microphones both sides.
Yep.
Like the cable's that side and that's better that side. And we'll stand here and we'll have the B-sides in the background. Up 4 wheels. So we'll go like
Yep.
this. You stand here.
Yep.
G'day viewers, we're here with Dave from Besides Adelaide, the organiser extraordinaire. How'd you get into doing B-sides?
So good question. I've been to a number of different B-sides around the country and overseas, and I love the community atmosphere of the event and the fact that it's a pretty non-commercial, here to have fun and enjoy cyber and information security. So when I found out that Adelaide didn't have a B-sides, we only moved here about 12 months ago. When I found out that Adelaide didn't have a B-sides, I was like, right, we need to fix that. So we formed a committee and we made it happen.
As in Adelaide, if you want something done, you've got to do it yourself. Yep.
Well, the committee, I wouldn't say I've done it myself. We've got an awesome committee who've worked really hard, and you can even see on the edge of the video over there that there are people already like pulling tents down and doing all that sort of stuff.
Bump outs happening.
And this is all being done without any direction, any like discussion. People are just getting on with the job. So that's the reason we've had such a good event.
You've
is
got
because we've had a
volunteers.
great team. Yeah,
You got outside the box thinkers that can problem solve, that can handle things themselves.
Yep.
That can critically think, and that makes the job as an organiser a lot easier.
Totally. Yeah.
Especially
yeah.
on the day when.
Oh yeah.
You
Now
know-
don't get me wrong, we've had our challenges in the last 2 days, particularly for the first ever B-sides, but it's been amazing.
Yeah, because there's always got to be plan B, C and D. And but what Adelaide's done for B-sides is it hasn't pissed with rain.
No, the weather has been
It's been
incredible.
awesome.
We've been very lucky with the weather. Yeah.
Yeah, very fortunate. Usually when I put on major events, it pisses down.
So me too. Most of my experience has been rain when doing an event.
Where would the bins be? Like, not the small ones, as in big tip ones around that place?
See, this is why
Yep.
doing interviews is hard.
Exactly.
Small fires,
Bins. I've got bin bags.
Oh, okay. Because we're thinking it's like
big bins.
what for? Like the recycling box and stuff like that, like in case like
okay.
that fills up.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
So I just pile them up there for the moment.
Okay.
And I'll try to find something else.
Okay. But I'll just quickly look
Dave.
and then if there is something,
Okay.
I'll...
Yeah, sure.
So this is a little sample of the tacos you could be
Yeah,
getting
nice.
here at Besides. Very
Yeah.
nice, yummy food. All right, if you want to stand next to Dave there, we're doing that as our background shot.
I'll probably have to go in a moment. I'm
Yeah, I
sorry.
know,
There's
yeah.
a lot to do.
Yeah. So what sort of things are you most interested in cybersecurity?
Oh, so I have lots of interests, and a lot of my work is more governance, risk and compliance style work. So I'm an IRAP assessor as an example, but I have done a lot of more technical stuff in my past as well. So I enjoy a mix, and but it's not really about me. The event was about trying to get people exposed to a variety of different aspects of cyber and information security. That's why we had so many different villages, but also to recognise that there's a real host of different people with different passions, and to give them all a chance to get involved. So that's why I had so many different villages. And even those who don't know anything about cyber had, retro gaming, lockpicking, all those different things where they could be introduced to technology. And I think that's kind of the really important part of the whole event.
I think also another important part of the event is answering people's questions, such as how do we get into cybersecurity?
Yeah.
There's a lot of different pathways, and this weekend has shown people, you could get into cybersecurity coming from any area of industry.
No, that's so
and
true.
Using your skills, your adaptability, your tenacity, your passion, you can make a career in cybersecurity.
Yeah, totally. And passion's a really big part of it, right? If you do something you love, it's a lot easier than if you're kind of dragging yourself into work every day. So I think it's really important to try to explore the different ways of doing things that you enjoy doing.
So there's one more event today, and that is the movie night.
Yes. So we got Sneakers, the classic movie. Robert Redford is one of the key stars in it. It's,
the old heartthrob from back in the day.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
And again, this is all about kind of celebrating the fact that this sort of stuff's been going on for a long time. It changes its nature, but it changes how it's delivered, but the nature and the fundamentals are pretty much the same. So Sneakers a chance to kick back, relax. We've got a popcorn truck, all that sort of stuff, to have a good night and celebrate the conclusion of the first ever Adelaide BSides.
Very successful Adelaide BSides. I heard you had to open up more tickets.
We did, yeah. So we had to open up more tickets. We told people they wouldn't get a badge because we didn't have enough badges at the time. But thanks to Abhinav, the magic badge producer, we actually ended up getting, I think, enough badges to get everyone one. So next year we've got something to plan off now, because one of the troubles with the first time is you don't even know how many people you can get.
You don't know what you're
So we have a
planning
much
for.
better gauge of what to aim for now. So thank you for the time to have a quick chat. I'm sorry. I had to
no
let
worries.
you
We're
go.
going to conclude the live stream after this interview, and thank you very much for the opportunity to do this for YouTube and for B-Sides.
Oh, thanks for doing it. It's fantastic to have you doing this. Yeah.
Absolute pleasure. I've thoroughly enjoyed everything. I've had my computer mate here that has helped me through the technical issues and the computer speak, and helped me with some interviews with the technical side of stuff. And it's been an awesome experience. Thoroughly enjoyed the lockpicking, of course.
Yeah, I heard that was good.
Yeah,
so,
it was pretty good.
Thank you so much, and I hope that we've set a good baseline for the next one, and we can build on it. Fix the areas that we know need to be fixed, and deliver an even better event next year. And hopefully the weather next year plays the same tune, because we had a good run.
We have had a good run. Yay!
Thank
Benefits
you.
of global warming.
Yeah. Well.
All right. Thanks very much, viewers. We'll close off shortly. Well, there you go.
Thanks, mate. Really good.
Marketplace is shut down. The buildings are closing down. Places are bumping out. We have done Besides Adelaide, the inaugural Besides of Adelaide. We are done. We have finished. This has been an absolute pleasure bringing B-Sides, inaugural event, to you all on Pocket Women. Check out the 2 videos we taped yesterday, one with the Esplanade and the other one with Locksport in the village. Thanks for watching, everyone. Hey, stay legal. Temptation is everywhere.